Good evening all and welcome to the 100 Ghost Stories Halloween special. Before we dive in though, I would like to give everyone a huge thank you. Today marks 10 years on YouTube, and it has been a true adventure. I really have enjoyed sharing all these stories with you, and I hope I've managed to entertain you throughout the years. Here's to 10 more. I'd like to start off this video with one of my favourite all-time ghost stories. If you've already heard it, as I have narrated it a few times over the years, feel free to use the timestamps to skip to story 1, as I consider this one story 0. But for now it's time to get comfortable and let the darkness take control. This specific story is one that has been passed down to me from my late grandfather. The circumstances are so unusual, so unlike anything I've ever heard, that it's been in the back of my mind for nearly 20 years, ever since it was first told to me when I was a child. My grandfather was a great talker and storyteller in his own way, and the look on his face every time he told it, well, you could tell it shook him up. First, I need to give you a little bit of background. My grandfather was born in the early 20s in a dirt-floor two-room farmhouse in rural South Carolina, an only child of sharecroppers during the Great Depression. He was a premature baby, and his parents, already having lost one infant, were understandably protective of him. I'm sure they were relieved and very happy that he was a strong and healthy child, albeit with an incredible amount of wanderlust. Restless and energetic, he almost always finished his chores as quickly as he could, so that he could take up his little fishing rod and roam to his heart's content. Back then, even horse-drawn carts were a rarity on those long-gone dirt roads. Cars were practically unheard of in that part of the country in those days. Disliking horses, but still greatly desiring to put as much distance between home and himself as he could in the span of an afternoon, he had little choice other than to walk. And walk he did. He combed through miles of woods, fields, and swampland barefoot as the day he came into this world, heedless of brambles or snakes. They wouldn't bother him if he didn't bother them. As much as he enjoyed it, it was a lonely business. His father was a haleman, but with acres of land to help tend as well as livestock, he hardly had the time to join his son on his walks. Sometimes one of the local boys would go with him, but that wasn't often. So being practically kin to everyone within a 30-mile radius, my grandfather took up the grand old southern tradition of going visiting. One of his favorite places to go was to Uncle Peter's. He lived on one of the branches of the lake that stretched across a good portion of the county. It was a tiny shack, hardly more than a shanty, and barely big enough to fit both him and his spinster sister Henrietta, but they made do. Now Uncle Peter loved to talk about as much as he loved to fish, so when he would spot my grandfather coming up the dirt track towards the house, he'd put whatever he was doing aside. Aunt Henrietta was prone to give him stink eye for this, but she was fond of my grandfather too, so she never said anything. It became a tradition of sorts for my grandfather to put a spare shirt in a sack, along with a treat of some kind that his mother made, and head off for Uncle Peter's every other weekend. He did this for years, right up until he married my grandmother. Usually it was about dark when he'd set off, meaning it was well after sunset before he got there. The distance between his house and Uncle Peter's being in the reckoning of about 6 or 7 miles. Grandfather tended to stay through Sunday, heading home after evening supper, which tended to be on the table well after dark. Suffice to say, there wasn't much to be afraid of back then other than the local wildlife. He'd been walking through the countryside at night all his life. He was comfortable and felt very safe. As had become habit throughout the years, Grandfather kissed Aunt Henrietta goodbye, shook Uncle Peter's hand, and started home at a brisk pace. It was autumn, so the air was pleasantly cool, a welcome relief from summer's oppressively humid heat. He said there was a full moon that night, and when he would walk out in the open it was fairly well lit. He could easily see where he was going. The dirt track that led away from Uncle Peter's shack meandered through a bit of marshland before it ended at the wider road. Usually he didn't take that route, unless he felt like a bit of a wander, since cutting through the fields and woodlands was a straighter shot back to his parents' farmhouse, and the road slithered and slunk its way around the far side of the lake before curving back in the direction of home. That night, however, with the moonlight and the refreshing nip in the wind, Grandfather felt the urge to do a bit of meandering. Turning at the end of the path, he stepped onto the road barefoot as a jaybird and softly whistling to himself. The route was so familiar that he hardly paid any attention to the surroundings, letting his feet do most of the work while he occupied himself with other thoughts. Before he knew it, he was approaching the lake. The water was calm that night, dark and still. He slowed down a little, wanting to watch the way the light rippled and shimmered gently. It was such a pretty sight that he nearly missed what was standing not far up the road. At first it was just a silhouette, a tall and solid-looking shadow that seemed to be facing the water. Grandfather thought it might have been a trick of the light initially. He'd walked through a cemetery once in the middle of the night and thought he'd seen a soldier riding a white horse, until he'd gotten closer and realized it was just a large dewdrop on a spiderweb. As he drew nearer, he quickly realized it wasn't his eyes. There was something standing on the side of the road. It was in fact a man. He could tell by the build, broad shoulders, and the narrowness of the hips. And he could tell by the clothes. Even in the moonlight, it was evident that the man wore a dark suit that did not fit him well. A shapeless hat was on his head, causing his form to appear elongated and odd-looking. From the distance of several feet, Grandfather could see the shine of good shoes, polished until they picked up the water's gleam. The man was standing so close to the water. So close, in fact, the waves were lapping at those expensive-looking shoes. The lake's shifting reflection softly illuminated his face, and Grandfather could make out strong features that had been weathered by time and toil. The lines around his mouth and eyes were distinctive as he smiled. That was when Grandfather realized that the man was smiling at him. In fact, the man had been staring at him just as long, or longer, as Grandfather had been doing the same. Quickly remembering his manners, he greeted the man politely. The man's expression didn't change as his head turned to follow my grandfather's movements, until he stopped on the other side of the road. A little unnerved, my grandfather stood awkwardly for a long moment, waiting for what he thought would be the appropriate amount of time for a reply. But the man didn't speak. His face never changed. But he slowly brought his hand up and made a beckoning motion with his fingers, silently asking my grandfather to come closer. Grandfather shook his head. "No, sir, I can't stay and talk. I've got to get home. You have a nice night." Dipping his head, my grandfather started walking again, passing the strange man with a slightly quicker pace than he'd been walking before. Feeling that he was being watched, he stopped again a little further up the road. He turned to look back to see the man had turned around, so now he was facing the direction my grandfather was going, still staring at him, but now he was waist-deep in the water. Confused and shocked, Grandfather could only gape at the man as he stood in the lake, that same grin on his face as he lifted his hand and beckoned again. Shaking his head quickly, my grandfather repeated what he'd said before, the words out of his mouth before he could even think about how weird they sounded. "No, sir, I can't stay and talk. I have to go home. You have a nice night." He whipped around and started walking even faster up the road, listening for the sound of splashing or footsteps behind him, but there was nothing. And that's when it struck him. He'd never heard a sound, no splash, no drip, no scuffle of shoes against dirt. Silence. Closing in on the trees, he felt a shiver run down his back as the feeling of being watched washed over him again. He froze on the spot. Everything in him was telling him to just keep walking and not to stop until he was through his mother's kitchen door. But there was an even stronger urge to turn around, to look back one more time. The compulsion was too much to resist. He turned again to look at the lake. The man was still there, only now he was further in. The water was up to his shoulders, and he was still smiling. Even from the distance of several yards in the dark, Grandfather somehow knew the man was still smiling. There was movement, and he saw the man lift his hand a third time, motioning for him to come back, to come closer, to come into the water. Grandfather wasn't sure which, or even if it was any of those things. He never found out. Without a word, he turned to face the trees and walked away. He walked the 7 miles home, unnerved and perplexed. And for the next 80 years until his death at the age of 91, he never figured out who the man was, why he was there, or what he wanted. Over and over again he told us that story. The encounter clearly haunted him as it haunts me. I shudder to think what would have happened to my grandfather had he actually gotten close to the man or lingered by the lake that night. But the one thing that has stuck out in my mind about his experience more than anything is that the man stood almost neck deep in water and didn't even make a ripple. Back in the late 1990s, my Uncle Kurt moved into a house about an hour away from where I live now. I wasn't born yet when this happened, so I'm retelling this story as it was passed down to me by Kurt and other family members. At the time, Kurt had just moved in with his girlfriend Melissa and his young son Joseph, who was from a previous marriage. Joe was about 3 or 4 when the strange things began. One day while playing quietly in his bedroom, he starts having conversations with someone who wasn't there. Curious, Kurt asked, "Who you talking to, Joe?" He simply replied, "The man." At first they brushed it off as nothing more than childhood imagination, but Joseph continued speaking to the man regularly. He even began sharing his toys with him, placing them carefully on the floor as if offering them to someone unseen. Strangely, the man seemed especially interested in toy airplanes and G.I. Joe figures. Soon after, Kurt and Melissa began experiencing disturbing events nearly every night. They would usually fall asleep watching TV in their bedroom, making sure to turn off both the TV and lights before bed. But often Kurt would wake up for no reason in the middle of the night and find both the old TV and the lights turned back on. Now, this wasn't a remote-controlled TV. It was one of those old boxy models with physical buttons you had to press. The light was connected to a push-button dimmer switch, not the kind you could accidentally bump or switch on remotely. There was no logical explanation. On more than one occasion, the TV turned to a screen full of static, then flickered briefly to an image of a blurry airplane hovering on screen just long enough to send chills down their spines, before cutting back to static. Even creepier were the footsteps. Almost every night they'd hear slow, deliberate pacing just outside their bedroom. The house layout made this even stranger. Their bedroom was on one end of the hallway and the kitchen on the other. In the kitchen they had a coffee maker with a small, red power light that stayed on when plugged in. On certain nights they noticed that the red glow would dim and brighten, as if someone were passing in front of it, momentarily blocking the light. But when they'd check, the hallway and kitchen would always be empty. One night, Melissa was awoken suddenly. She had felt cold breath against the back of her neck. When she turned, the room was empty, but the cold sensation lingered. Kurt once tried recording audio late at night in hopes of capturing something, but when he played it back, he heard a faint whisper, "Stay safe." He had recorded it while being alone. Growing uneasy, they finally brought in a priest to bless the house with holy water, and after the blessing, things calmed down. For a while, anyway. Years later, in the year 2000, Kurt and Melissa bought a new home. this time about 4 hours away. By 2011, they had a daughter called Lizzie. Joe was no longer living at home at that point. He'd been going through personal struggles and was away for a while. When Lizzie was around 1, she began doing something eerily familiar. She would stare into empty corners of the room and smile, sometimes giggle or wave. She especially seemed to focus on framed photos of Kurt's late father, her grandfather, who passed away in the early 1990s, long before she was born. One day she looked at his picture and said, "Hi, Grandpa," before skipping away. Eventually she stopped doing this as she got older, and things remained quiet until around mid-2009. Kurt was using the basement bathroom when he suddenly felt a strange presence. As he looked at the mirror that hung on the back of the bathroom door, he saw a shadowy figure standing there looking at him, its form barely visible in the reflection. It stood motionless for a few seconds, then vanished. Though startled, Kurt didn't feel threatened. He told me he felt like someone was just watching, not with malice but familiarity. The odd time when I go visit them, I usually stay the night in the guest room, which is also in the basement. Whenever I'm in the basement, I get the feeling that I'm being watched. It doesn't matter which room I go into, I always have that feeling. A few months ago, while organizing boxes in the basement, Kurt opened a long sealed closet and found something chilling. His father's old pilot uniform, neatly hanging inside. No one had touched it in years, nor even remembered putting it there. Kurt once told me his dad had been a pilot, and while we weren't sure if he served in World War II, it was possible. Kurt was born in the 60s and the timeline fits. The strange part, the spirit, if that's what it is, has never harmed anyone. It hasn't tried to scare or chase people, only to appear to be seen, and maybe to watch over the family. That's why I believe it might be his father, a quiet guardian keeping watch from beyond. Part 2. In the summer of 2019, just a few months after I shared these stories, I ended up moving in with my Aunt Melissa and Uncle Kurt for a while. I was dealing with some personal issues and wanted a fresh start in a quieter town. They generously offered me a place to stay, and I gratefully accepted, hoping the change would help me get back on my feet. Their daughter Lizzie, who was now 8, had grown into a bright, energetic kid. We got along well, and she often invited me to hang out and play Xbox with her in the basement rec room. It was a cozy space, but beneath the warmth lingered a subtle tension. Since there were no extra rooms upstairs, the guest bedroom in the basement became mine. It was the same room I'd stayed in previously, the same one that always had me feeling uncomfortable. That sensation of being watched, of not being alone, returned almost immediately. But compared to another part of the basement, that bedroom almost felt safe. Tucked away just off the rec room was a small, low-ceilinged space, barely 4 feet high, the firewood room. The house was still heated by a wood stove, and I'd often fetch logs for Kurt when needed. But I hated going there. The moment I stepped inside, it felt like something was watching me, always from the same dark corner in the back of the room. It was a more focused kind of dread, heavier and more deliberate than anything I'd felt elsewhere in the house. The door to the firewood room had a large window built into it, which struck me as an odd choice, and sometimes late at night, when I'd go up to use the bathroom, I'd glance towards that window and feel my stomach drop. I'd see movement inside. Once or twice, I swear I saw what looked like a pair of faintly glowing eyes peering back at me from the darkness. I'd blink and of course they'd be gone. Other times it was just a flicker, like someone darting past out of view. Sometimes I'd also hear noises coming from that room. Things like shuffling, faint taps, even my name being whispered. I never told Melissa or Kurt what I was experiencing. I didn't want to sound ungrateful, or stir up any old fears they might have put behind them. But something about that room was wrong. The guest room might have made me uncomfortable, but the firewood room made me afraid. And whatever was there, I don't think it ever wanted to leave. I grew up visiting my grandmother's house in a small suburb outside the city of Oaxaca. Since I was little, my family always acted like the house had a life of its own. The house was built in the early 1900s, all thick adobe walls and tall wooden doors that creaked no matter how much you oiled the hinges. It was a beautiful place. The stories go back generations. My great-grandmother lost several children in that house, some only days old. One of the babies supposedly died while being looked after near the stables behind the house. And even today, people can claim you can hear crying at night if you pass the back rooms. The men didn't fare much better. One of my great-great-uncles came back from the revolution sick and never left his bed, dying in one of the side rooms that no one in the family wants to sleep in now. The strangest part is that everyone at some point sees the same figure. My mother swore she often saw a woman in a long, dark dress pacing the corridors in the living room to the patio. My grandmother would just shrug and say, "That's your bisabuela." She never left. Even neighbors who came over for fiestas mentioned a lady wandering down the hallway when no one was supposed to be back there. I didn't believe until it happened to me. One summer night, I got up to get water and saw her in the hallway. She wasn't threatening. She moved calmly, like she had a routine and she was still carrying it out. I remember the air smelled of damp earth, even though the patio was bone dry. When I ran into the kitchen, my uncle was sitting there, and before I could get a word out, he just said, "Ya la viste, verdad?" In other words, I'd seen her, right? That alone gave me chills. The last time I stayed there was a few years ago. My aunt, who's more spiritual than the rest of us, said she felt the woman stronger than ever, like she was waiting for something. She even told me she saw her by the old wooden cradle that sits in one of the back rooms, even though no baby had slept there for decades. Now, I don't think she means harm. She feels tied to the house itself more than to us. But every time I visit, I wonder how long the spirit can stick around for. My mother has always been super afraid of ghosts. Every time someone she knows dies, she will always have the hall light on and refuse to sleep alone. All the houses I've lived in were built by us. She hates old houses. I never knew why until we went down to New York City. My family was on the train in one of those 4 seats that face one another and somehow got into discussing the paranormal. My mum suddenly began talking about her days in the work camp. In case you didn't know, in 1975 to 79 was the Cambodian genocide. Pol Pot took over and forced people to work in camps. She had to live with other people in an old house, along with one of her brothers and his girlfriend. Right away they knew that there was a spirit living there. At night, it would be wailing in the kitchen, throwing pots and pans around. My mother was so scared she refused to go into the bathroom and had to hold it. The spirit had a particular hatred towards my uncle's girlfriend and would tug at her hair or attempt to trip her. Well, one day another girl fell ill. Shortly afterwards, something strange occurred. She was walking again and claimed it to be the ghost. She told everyone that she was once in love but found out the boy loved someone else. She was so distressed, she climbed up onto the roof and jumped off, taking her life. Then, if this wasn't weird enough, the possessed girl began to climb the walls. My mum described her climbing the beams like a monkey, which the girl previously could never do. Everyone started to panic, and they alerted the Khmer Rouge soldiers. A couple of soldiers came in with guns and yelled to the girl, "You better come down or we'll shoot you." And she replied, "You can't shoot me, I'm already dead." After that, the soldiers forced everyone to evacuate. My mother was relocated and never found out what happened to the girl. And that's the story. It's so ridiculous I'm not sure if I can believe it. But if it isn't, then my mum's a fantastic storyteller. The first spooky thing I ever experienced happened when I was under 10. I got up late at night to go to the bathroom and had to pass my parents' bedroom on the way. Their door was open, and I walked past. I glanced inside. For a split second, I saw a woman in a white nightgown with long hair standing in front of the mirror. I couldn't see her reflection, and my mum definitely never wore anything like that, plus she always had cropped hair. I brushed it off, assuming my eyes were playing tricks on me. Still, I couldn't stop thinking about it while I was in the bathroom. On my way back, I glanced inside again. This time the woman wasn't in front of the mirror, she was inside of it, standing on the other side and staring right at me. I screamed bloody murder and bolted into my room, diving under the covers like they were armor. My mum rushed in, clearly shaken, even though she tried to tell me it was nothing. I couldn't look into a mirror for years after that. The second time something weird happened was on Christmas Eve. I was walking into the hallway when I saw a disembodied hand, just a hand, gliding up the stair banister. It had on a pretty big ruby ring on one finger and moved as if it belonged to someone walking upstairs. I froze completely. I was paralyzed. I watched it ascend until the angle of the stairs hid it from view. I couldn't move until my sister came into the hallway, and I told her what I'd seen. The third story technically came first, though I don't remember it happening because I was only 3. My family told me about it years later. We had gone to visit my grandfather's grave for the first time after he was buried. Apparently, I would ask to see if we could go over to see Granddad. Everyone told me gently that he isn't here anymore, but I pointed towards the back of the graveyard and said, "Yeah, he is, he's over there." I followed something invisible with my finger and said, "Oh, never mind, he's gone now." Everyone swore there wasn't another soul in the graveyard that day. Maybe I should revisit my skepticism, though even sharing this makes my skin crawl. None of the encounters felt evil. Honestly, the idea that my granddad came to visit me, to see me one last time, feels strangely comforting. I grew up in an old house that had been built in the late 1800s. As a child, I was always petrified of the dark. I always had to sleep with a nightlight on in my bedroom. Sometimes I would wake up and see a middle-aged woman of about 40 standing there. She would put her finger to her lips for me to be quiet. I would scream and run to my sister's room, who is 3 years older than me. She would instantly know who saw, as she always said she'd seen this woman herself. I would cry to her, and she'd always comfort me and have me sleep with her. I wouldn't be able to fall asleep until I felt safe with her while she stroked my hair. My dad was always a sick man. Sometimes he would say that the angels were coming to pick him up. He would follow this up by saying that he would see them, and that they told him they would be coming to get him any day now. The last time he said that, he passed away 4 days later. It was hard on the family. Me and my dad were never really that close, but it did hurt to lose him. But at least he was finally free of his suffering. About a day after the funeral, I was sitting outside on the house by a tree where I used to have one of those tire swings. My dad's side of the family was over helping us with the grieving process as my mum took it the hardest. That was her husband, and I understand completely. But on one note, I've never been that close with my mum or dad. I've only ever been close with my sister. She's my best friend. Despite me being a boy and she a girl, we always do everything together. As I was sitting by the tree looking at the sky with a tear rolling down my face, my sister came to join me and sat next to me. We just started talking about Dad and life in general when we both suddenly saw someone poke their head out from behind a tree. I asked her if she saw what I saw and she nodded. The figure then poked its head out again and it looked like my dad. But how? He had died and been buried the day before. That's when my sister pointed something horrific out. There were no eyes and completely empty sockets, plus the figure's skin was all decayed. We both jumped up and ran to the house. We never told anyone about what we saw to this day. We still don't know what to make of it. Was it the departed soul of our father coming back one last time? Or was it something entirely different? I was staying short-term in an old apartment in a central part of Chandigarh. To get inside my unit, you had to open a padlocked gate, then unlock a big wooden door that led you to the interior. The flat itself had very little natural lighting. It was a concrete minimalist construction. The windows in the living room were small and faced a wall barely a meter away. There were also big curtains you could draw across each other, as well as the partition between the living room and hallway. I'm not exactly sure what they were for, but I think they were meant to relieve winter drafts. Most homes in North India aren't heated, and are, if anything, designed to stay cool for most of the year, so it was almost always a bit chilly inside during the colder months. One night I had a date over. We were fooling around in bed, then just lay there quietly for a few minutes. That's when I heard the distinct sound of the outside padlock clinking and dropping, as if someone had just popped it open and walked in. I froze. I was suddenly overwhelmed by a deep physical sense of dread. I didn't say anything, but I was terrified. A moment later, my partner turned to me and said, "I don't know why, but I feel really scared right now." That completely unnerved me, and for whatever reason, I never felt comfortable in that flat again. I started sleeping with the bedroom door open and a light on in the living room. Whenever the power went out, I'd find the excuse to go outside. Sometimes I'd even walk from the balcony to the light switch with my eyes closed, only opening them once the room was lit. I always had this strange, unshaking feeling that someone was standing just beyond the curtain separating the living room from the hallway. Needless to say, I was relieved when I moved out. But I did ask the guy who set me up with the place. His brother used to live there, if anything weird had ever happened. He looked at me for a second, then ended up talking for half an hour about all the things his brother had experienced in that flat. The most intense ones were a night when he cooked beef in the kitchen, and minutes later, items started falling off the wall violently, with no explanations. Remember that for Hindus, cows are sacred, and beef shouldn't be eaten. This guy had plenty more stories too. Many from his native village up north in the mountains, tales of lanterns floating through the forest, and a woman in a white sari engulfed in water, silently extending her arm towards a friend who'd been wading in the stream. I always joke that people from the subcontinent have the best ghost stories. In the West, it's usually creaky floorboards or the odd silhouette in the hallway. People will casually mention having full conversations with strangers they later found out had died years earlier. Someone at Chandigarh University once told me about a student who committed suicide in a forest nearby, decided to take his life with a rope from a tree in the ruins of an old shrine. But while that happened, one of his friends apparently visited the man's dorm room. They chatted, drank tea, spoke for hours, and when the friend woke up in the morning, the room was empty. He eventually learnt the guy had been dead for hours before that conversation took place. That's all I've got. But for places like Chandigarh, and really the whole region, they have an incredibly rich, eerie tradition of myths and hauntings. There are rural villages where people won't even step outside after dark, not because of animals or thieves, but because of what might be there spiritually. When I was about 5, my family lived in a modest house just outside of Nashville, Tennessee. It was the late 70s. There were no cameras or smart devices, and no easy way to prove anything that went bump in the night. My mum always said the house was haunted, and I believed her, but I'll start with her story first. For a while, my aunt lived with us in a small basement apartment. Every night, my mum would hear footsteps in the hallway, and they would stop outside my room. The door would open, pause a bit, and then close. The steps would head back down the hall, but she never heard the basement door open or the stairs creak. She assumed it was my aunt checking on me until she finally asked. But my aunt said she'd never gone upstairs at night. Not long after, Mum found some strange things while putting away dishes. She opened a cabinet, and there, propped up on a glass, was an old photograph of a family portrait. She recognized the man as the previous owner of the house, but had no idea how the photo had gotten there. She called him and told him how she found it. He was surprised and said he hadn't seen that photo in years. It shouldn't have even been in the kitchen. The cabinets had been replaced years earlier after a kitchen fire. When Mum returned the photo to him, he pointed out a young woman in the picture, his daughter, who passed away in a car accident. Mum thought of the footsteps. Which room was hers? She asked. He told her it was the one I slept in. The footsteps continued. Then came the night I remember. My parents were out. My aunt was babysitting. I was in the garage riding my big wheels in a circle. She was doing laundry when she suddenly froze. "Quiet," she said. "Stop moving." I stopped. The only sound I could hear was the hum of the washer. She tilted her head, listening hard, and then she whispered, "Someone's in the house." At 5 years old, that didn't scare me. I thought you meant my parents were home. I jumped off the big wheel and bolted for the stairs. "No, don't go up." But I was already halfway up the stairs. I reached the top, grabbed the doorknob to the den, and cracked it open just as she caught me by the back of my pants. Her momentum pushed us slightly forward, and that's when I saw it. In the corner of the room was an old wooden rocking chair, one of the curved, continuous, bent wood kind, and it was moving. Not in a slow sway, not a breeze, but it rocked fast and deliberate, like someone invisible was sitting there pumping their legs. Then the instant we leaned into the room, it stopped completely. My aunt scooped me up, slammed the door, and sprinted back down the stairs to her apartment. We locked the door and stayed there until my parents came home. After that night, the footsteps stopped completely, and I never saw the chair move again. I don't think whatever was there was meant to harm us. Maybe it was her, the daughter, still walking the hallway, maybe confused why someone else was in her room. Or maybe she just wanted us to know she was still there. Maybe she wanted us to know that she hadn't left. And the photograph was her way of getting us to tell her family that she was still home. My sister Amanda got married way too young. She was only 19. She worked very hard just to support herself, her useless husband, and their little girl Lily. She'd leave for work around 6 a.m. and wouldn't get home until after 8. One day, she finally kicked the loser out. She found out what he'd been doing while she was at work. He'd been locking Lily in a closet all day with a box of cereal and a diaper, every single day. None of us knew, but right around the time, Lily started talking about someone new, her imaginary friend, who she said was called Disanna. At first we thought she meant Diana. We asked her several times, "Do you mean Diana?" But she'd get angry and say, "No, her name's Disanna." She talked about this friend constantly like she was really there. She'd chatter away in her room, laugh, and even make space for her at the table. Sometimes we'd overhear her whispering to someone when she was supposed to be asleep. After a while, some of the things Lily said got unsettling. She'd say things like, "Disanna doesn't like when Mummy yells," or "Disanna says Daddy shouldn't lock me up anymore." My sister eventually told her to stop talking about Disanna altogether. She didn't want to hear the name, and none of us were allowed to bring it up either. Then one night out of nowhere, Lily told her mum, "Disanna is mad at you, because you don't believe she's real. She comes to play with me when Daddy closes the closet door, and she lets us out before you come home." Yeah. That was the moment my sister realized what had really been happening while she was gone. Time passed, Amanda got divorced, and they eventually moved out the house. On moving day, the old landlord came by to do the final walkthrough. He was a sweet older man, but as he was chatting with my sister, he said something that made her freeze. "I was always worried about your little girl on those basement stairs," he said. "My granddaughter Diana fell down those stairs years ago, broke her neck right in front of the closet door down there." My sister said she got chills all over. She just whispered, "Disanna?" The landlord's eyes went wide. "How do you know that's how she said her name?" he asked. "She was 4. She couldn't pronounce it right. How did you know?" Amanda didn't answer. She just said she didn't know what he was talking about, grabbed the last of her things and got out of there fast. It's been over 20 years since then, and we're still not allowed to talk about Disanna. Lily now has no memory of it. She doesn't know what her father did, and we've all been told never to mention the name of her friend. When I was about 9, my great-uncle Mike passed away. He and my mum had been really close when she was younger, though I didn't know much about him at the time. The night he died, I woke up to someone standing at the foot of my bed. At first, I thought it was my dad, or maybe I was dreaming, because the figure was there but not solid, more like a shadow that somehow held its own weight. It didn't move, and I didn't scream. I lay there staring, heart pounding, trying to rationalize what I was seeing exactly. It didn't move for what felt like forever. Then I heard it speak. "Tell kiddo I say bye." That's all it said. I sat up so fast the bed frame creaked and turned on my bedside lamp. But the figure was gone, and my room empty. I didn't sleep in there again for a week. I dragged my blanket to the living room every night until my mum finally asked me what was wrong. When I told her what I saw, she went pale and started crying. Apparently my great-uncle Mike used to call her kiddo when she was little. I'd never heard anyone use that name for her before that night. This happened to me when I was 9 years old. I'm in my 70s now, and still remember it like it was yesterday. A friend of mine called Peter lived in an old house near the docks in Halifax, Nova Scotia. The house had been around since the 1800s and used to belong to sea captains and their families. Everyone in the neighborhood said it was haunted, but we didn't think much of it back then. One afternoon, Peter and I were playing with toy cars in his room, which was at the end of a very long, narrow hallway. His younger sisters had been bothering us all day, running in, teasing, slamming the doors, and we were getting pretty sick of it. While we were playing, Peter suddenly went quiet and pointed at the door. I looked up and saw the handle slowly turning. We both grinned, thinking it was the girls again. I crept up to the door, ready to yank it open and scare them first. Just as the handle turned all the way and the door started to open, I pulled it wide and yelled. But no one was there. The hallway was completely empty. The door handle was spring-loaded, so you had to press it down hard to unlatch it. There's no way it could have moved on its own. The second I realized that, every hair on my body stood on end. I never played at Peter's house again after that. Years later, I heard that place had belonged to a few sea captains who died during a storm off the coast. Neighbors swore their spirits still walked the halls, opening doors just like they used to when they came home from sea. I've had bad dreams about that hallway ever since. Some things just stick with you. My great-uncle used to tell me this story. When he was young, he worked as a rancher in southern New Mexico, and one day decided to visit some old friends who lived on a remote property. He was riding along a dusty trail through the desert, and as he approached the house, a little boy ran up to him. He smiled and said, "Hi Carlos, I'll take your horse. Dinner's ready, you can come in and sit down." Before Carlos could react, the boy gently untied the reins and led the horse towards the fence. Carlos followed, thinking nothing of it, until they reached the door. The boy motioned him inside, and Carlos walked straight to the table and sat down. A few moments later, the parents came rushing in, pale and clearly shaken. Who let you in?" they asked, their voices trembling. Carlos frowned. "Your son took my horse. He said I could come in for dinner." The parents froze. Then one of them whispered, horrified, "He's been dead for 6 months." My mum grew up in a remote part of western Honduras, where stories about witchcraft and local healers were part of everyday life. She has a ton of creepy tales from her childhood, but one that still gives me the creeps involves a young curandero who traveled between villages helping people. Some people accused him of using dark magic to harm someone wealthy in the village, probably out of fear or jealousy, but no one knew for sure. He was killed in a small town outside of Santa Rosa de Copan, and the family arranged for someone to transport his body back home for the funeral. They hired a driver for cheap, a local man with an old pickup. The driver set off in the middle of the night with the coffin secured in the bed of the truck, and a few hours down the road the truck stalled, dead. Alone on a dark, winding mountain road with no cell service, he panicked. The funeral was supposed to start soon, and he didn't know how to get the truck moving. Then out of nowhere a man appeared, neatly dressed, almost too formal for the rural area, and without saying a word he walked to the truck, checked a few things, and somehow got it running again. He nodded at the driver and walked off into the darkness, vanishing as suddenly as he had appeared. The driver made it back in time for the funeral. While walking past the open coffin to pay his respects, he froze. The man who had helped him fix the truck was lying there, the exact same man. My mum tells the story like it happened yesterday, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. The idea someone could appear, help you, and then turn out to be already dead. I used to work as a stagehand for a small theatre company around Oregon, and anyone in that line of work knows about the ghost light. It's an old tradition. When you shut down for the night, you leave a single light burning in the middle of the stage. Some say it's for safety. Others say it keeps the ghosts company. One night, I was closing up an old Art Deco theatre built in the 40s. The others had gone home already, and I was the last one locking up after rehearsal, which went past midnight. The work lights had already been cut, so the entire place was pitch black when I carried out the ghost light. A tall, metal lamp on a wheeled base with a single exposed bulb. The only sound was the creak of the stage under my boots. When I finally reached center stage, I plugged the light in and flipped the switch. The bulb flickered for half a second before coming on. The glow spilled out across the seats, and that's when I froze. Every seat looked occupied. I could see the faint outlines of faces, pale and motionless, all staring straight at the stage. Some were clearer than others, like shapes made of smoke and dust. I told myself it had to be reflections, tricks of the light, but I could feel the attention on me. My hand was shaking so bad I lost grip of the pole, and the light toppled over with a loud clang and the bulb shattered, and the stage went black. I didn't move for several seconds. Then, from behind me, I heard the door to the tech booth open and someone say, "You okay down there?" It was one of the lighting guys who'd come back because he'd forgotten his jacket. He turned on the work lights just as I was catching my breath. When the stage lit up again, the seats were all empty. I laughed it off, saying I'd tripped. But I've worked in a lot of old theatres since then and I've never seen anything like that. Still, I make sure the ghost light is always on whenever I leave. In the late fall of 2011, I was inside of AutoZone in the small town of Anthony, Texas, looking for a pair of license plate bulbs for my 2004 salvage title Hyundai Tiburon my father had given me as a high school graduation gift years prior. While in the store, I ran into my friend Chito, who I hadn't seen since graduation. We had a brief talk, and he asked me what I'd been up to. I told him I'd just quit working at the county jail as a detention officer after being there for only a year, and was looking to start my own mobile car detailing business, but needed to come up with some sort of cash to get that rolling. Chito and I grew up in the same town, but went to different elementary schools. We both liked basketball, and I remember playing against his little league team when we were kids. It wasn't until middle school that we met and started hanging out. Chito knew I liked to work because one day he asked our whole high school hangout crew, which was about 18 of us, if anyone wanted to work for the upcoming winter break. He would get us work in a local pecan farm his uncle managed at the time. A few days later, Chito and I were the only ones out of a bunch on our knees picking pecans at 6 a.m. That day, at AutoZone, after hearing about my current situation, he asked me if I would be interested in going to work with him in the oil fields in the West Texas towns of Midland and Odessa. He said it was hard labor, but the money was good. We exchanged phone numbers, and I went home to tell my parents about it. I was 21 at the time and still living with them, and I also had no plans for my future. I'd gone to a technical school for a semester a year prior and called it quits after realizing HVAC was not what I wanted to do, and had already tried to pursue my dreams of becoming a musician and realized pretty early on that the industry, even at a local level, was full of leeches, and I'd be fighting an uphill battle with an unidentified outcome. That same evening, I loaded up my car and headed east on the I-10 towards the town of Midland, Texas. Chito was staying in an old 20-foot travel trailer and said I could stay with him and sleep on the couch, until I went through the hiring process and got situated elsewhere. He sent me the address and I arrived at 10:30 p.m. that night to a snoring, tired high school friend of mine in an old camper with the stove burner on, heating up an empty Colmac, which was doing a decent job of trying to keep the small trailer warm. The next morning I woke up alone in the trailer. Chito had left for work at 4 a.m. and around 6 a.m. I got a welcome text from him. He told me to settle in and feel free to grab anything from the fridge or small pantry if I got hungry. He said he had to talk to his boss, and he wanted me to go to the yard for an interview at 1 p.m. that day to see if they could fill in a newly opened slot. I arrived early and was received by a gentleman called Rick, who told me the big boss was at a funeral and it would be him giving me the interview. The interview was short and to the point. I was hired that day, and I later found out that the funeral was for a kid who worked on the company and died in a car accident days before driving home after an 18-hour shift. My job was to fill his spot. Chito was right. It was hard labor, but the money was good. A couple of weeks went by, and I eventually moved out to a newer and nicer trailer that was being rented out on the west side of Odessa. At work, we didn't have a set schedule. We would go in very early, get out pretty late, and pretty much every day. Our days off would come randomly and with short notice. This story happened to me on one of those days off. I woke up late that morning and chilled in the camper until around noon, then went to go get a haircut. I then went to the mall and walked around for a bit before going to Walmart for a few groceries. I went back to the trailer to drop them off and took a shower and decided to hit the gym. While there, I got a text from a co-worker. He invited me and a few others out for beers, to which we all accepted. I finished my workout and drove back to the camper. The trailer was parked inside the property of a nice, middle-aged couple who lived there with their dog Sam, a few free-roaming chickens and some sheep they kept corralled somewhere behind their house. Their lot was squared around 4 acres, and their house bang in the middle. The trailer I was renting out was on the northeast side of the lot, along their chain-link fence, and there was a 10 by 20 covered shed about 20 yards next to the trailer, also along the fence. I would park my car outside the fence and would have to go through a gate which had a lock on it and then walk about 30 yards to the trailer. I arrived from the gym and parked my car where I normally did and got off. The sun had set about 10 minutes prior, and it was starting to get dark outside. As I walked to the gate, I noticed the repetitive echoing sound of what seemed to be a young sheep in distress coming from the back of the house. It was the first time I heard this, but I didn't think much of it. As I worked on opening the gate lock, Sam, the dog, came over to greet me like he normally did and rubbed against my leg as I walked through the gate and placed the lock back on. I then turned around to walk towards the trailer and noticed the dog looked up and stopped. I myself stopped and looked up and saw the solid white silhouette of a tall man leaning his right shoulder against the north side wall of the house. The man had no face, but it seemed to be facing us. I immediately felt blood rush to my head, like I was about to faint but managed to stay conscious. The dog kept trying to bark but wouldn't out of fear. The silhouette stood up straight and started walking away from the wall sideways, crossing one leg in front of the other towards the shed. It faced us the whole time. It was the funkiest walk I've ever seen. It almost looked like a bad animation. I could not believe what we were seeing. The man kept walking in the same manner and eventually made it inside the shed. I took a second to gather myself and continue walking towards the trailer, looking directly at the shed the whole way. I got inside the trailer and jumped in the shower, scared the whole time. I got ready to go out and waited for my co-workers to pick me up. A few minutes later, I received a text letting me know they were parked outside the gate waiting for me. I walked out of the trailer again, looking towards the shed, but didn't see the man. I got in the truck and told my co-workers about it, and their reaction was pretty lackluster, and they all seemed pretty incredulous, but I was still in shock. I'd just seen a ghost. A real ghost. To this day, I still don't have an explanation for what Sam and I saw that night. It was scary when it happened, but I never got a sense of malice from the entity. It was just there, and then it was gone. I stayed in the trailer for a few months after this happened and never saw the man again. I thought about telling the landlords, but never did. At the end of 2014, the oil industry went through a slump, and work slowed down quite a bit for us. Chito and I ended up quitting our jobs on the same day after sitting at home for a few days without work, and ended up going back to our hometown of Anthony. Chito went on to get his CDL and drove a truck across the country before becoming a union plumber, and I started my detailing business. I've been seeing otherworldly things since I was 5 years old. Apparitions, orbs, footsteps in empty rooms. You know the kind. But it all began with one visitor, who came 2 nights in a row. For context, I grew up in the top flat of a 2-story house. My grandparents on my mother's side lived below us. Every morning before school, I'd stop in their kitchen, like clockwork, sitting at the table while water boiled for her coffee. One morning I told her what had happened during the night. "Gram," I said, "a woman came into my room. She had a white dress and she glowed blue." My grandma smiled softly. She told me it was probably her own mother, recently passed, coming to see me because she loved me so much. I accepted the answer. It was comforting. But that night the woman returned. She came through the window at the foot of my bed. And remember, we lived on the 2nd floor. First came a blue orb floating in from the night. In its center, a tiny figure began to take shape, slowly expanding until she was full human size. She was beautiful, with shoulder-length black hair curled at the ends, a faint smile on her face as she locked eyes with me. She glanced at my baby brother, asleep beside me, then looked back and put her finger to her lips. Shh. When she left, it was the same in reverse. Her body shrinking back into the orb, drifting out the window, floating down into the backyard. From my bed, I watched the blue glow slip under the grapevines. The light shimmered through the leaves like moonlight on water. It was beautiful. I've had many encounters since then. Most of the time I'm not scared, just confused. It takes a moment for the rational mind to catch up when you're staring at something that shouldn't exist. Some people dismiss stories like mine because they've never seen anything like it themselves. I understand that. Usually it's just me who witnesses these things. But for this story, I had a witness, my brother. It was 1994. I was 20, living in Florida to care for my grandmother, but I'd also come home to upstate New York for a visit. My brother was in college, and we were as close then as when we'd shared a room growing up. That night I borrowed my mother's car. We drove around, revisiting the spots we used to hang out in high school, places like the Mohawk River, where we drink beer and waste time. Eventually we crossed to the south side of town. There's a small bridge over a creek that leads to an old dirt road through the woods. Back in the day, city workers used it to reach the locks on the Erie Canal, but it was open to the public, so we'd head there to party. Lock 11 sits around midway down that road. Past it, the path eventually meets a crossroads at Queen Anne's Road, right by the Schoharie Crossing historic site, Yankee Hill. You can turn left there and head back to town, or keep going deeper along the dirt road. That evening the sun was low, gold light dripping through the trees. We were approaching the crossroads when I saw something up ahead on the left side of the road. At first I thought it was just a dust devil, a little whirlwind of dirt spinning in the air. But the motion wasn't quite right, it was jerky, almost like it was caught in the flash of a strobe light. I steered towards it. Just as we were about to drive through, the thing lifted horizontally over the hood of the car. I slammed the brakes, it lowered back down, vertical again, and spun the passenger side. My brother froze. I stared straight into it. It wasn't dust at all, it was smoke. And in the center, a figure. A large human figure made entirely of bright translucent white light. incomplete like a broken statue, no head, a full torso, half a right arm, an incomplete left arm down to the fingers, stretched across its abdomen. Below, only half a leg to the knee. The body was muscular, like a bodybuilder's, and I could see detail, nipples on the chest, wrinkles on the knuckles, even bones and vein beneath the translucent skin. The smoke swirled violently around it, but the figure itself didn't move. I couldn't look away. Look at it, I kept saying to my brother, but he didn't move. His voice was tight. Let's get out of here. Reluctantly, I eased the car forwards. As we reached the crossroads, he finally turned to me. Did you see that? I just nodded, because I knew he'd seen exactly what I had. We never agreed on what it was. I sometimes wonder if we should have stayed to see what happened. He's certain leaving was the right choice. He thinks it was malevolent. Maybe he's right. Or maybe we caught a glimpse of something halfway between worlds, trying to take shape in ours. That dirt road is now gone, paved over into a bike path. You can ride straight through mid-state New York past the very spot where it happened. Or whatever that thing was. I doubt it's gone. I'm going to start by saying that I don't really believe in deities in the traditional sense. However, after a few experiences that I've had, I suppose I do believe in ghosts or spirits, whatever they are. So the story. My boyfriend, the love of my life, passed away almost 2 years ago. It was probably one of the hardest things I've ever experienced in my life. And this is saying something because I've gone through some pretty difficult things. So about 1 to 2 months after he had passed, I was sitting in my room, feeling really down about it, and decided to write him a letter. I have this ring light, you know, the kind people use for vlogging. Well, this light has literally never done this before, and hasn't done it since. But as soon as I wrote down, "Dear Lou, I miss you so bloody much it hurts," the light started going up and down in brightness, like super visibly. I immediately burst into tears. The whole time I wrote that letter, through my tears, the light's brightness went up and down. It wasn't super fast. From the dimmest point to the brightest took about 5 seconds, and then another 5 for it to go back down. I felt this super weird feeling like he was in the room with me. The letter was covered in my tears. I was shocked about this. The light did this the whole time I wrote, and as soon as I finished with "Love Hadley," I set the pen down and the light stopped fluctuating in brightness and just remained normal again. I sat there in silent awe for a while, trying to rationalize it, but I had a strong feeling it was him. I still have the ring light, use it frequently, and it's never done that again. When he was alive, we had a conversation about whoever died first would somehow make their presence known to let the other know there is something after death. I might sound nuts and maybe I was just crazy from grief, but I swear it was so real it messed up my head for days. I hope sharing this will help those of you who need comfort know that there is something after you're gone, and I still miss him. We had a ghost experience once that was as bizarre as it was entertaining. We didn't know her name and we never actually saw her, but my wife, who was a psychic, did catch a glimpse of her a few times. She had a habit of sighing audibly at our choice of television program, occasionally letting out an exaggerated of disapproval. We nicknamed her Laundry because her presence was always accompanied by the unmistakable scent of freshly cleaned laundry. Laundry had strong opinions, particularly about TV shows. If she didn't approve of what we were watching, she'd turn the channel, always to the same program, My Three Sons, an old comedy from the 1960s. We usually let her have her way, unless it was a Nickelodeon marathon. When we dared to change the channel, the fresh laundry scent would vanish, leaving a distinct impression that she was less than pleased. One cold morning, I decided to sleep in. The dogs and I were snug in bed, and I faintly remember hearing my wife leave for work earlier, rattling off some honeydews. I half listened but agreed anyways. About an hour later, the bed shook slightly, and I hear a woman's voice directly above me. Brett, get up, you're going to be late." Again, groggy and annoyed, I assumed it was my wife, Carol, so I started snapping at her before even opening my eyes, but when I did, I froze. All 3 dogs were wide awake, calmly, but alertly staring towards the end of the bed. This is when it hit me. The voice wasn't Carol, it was her. The same familiar, slightly exasperated voice that sighed and tusked at us from the TV room. My heart raced as I turned my head towards the end of the bed, terrified of what I might see. And there was absolutely nothing, thank God. Still, the encounter shook me. I've never gotten out of bed, showered, shaved, and left the house so quick in my life. In the 22 years we lived there, I never saw Laundry, but her presence and influence was undeniable. My wife once told me we had at least 3 ghosts in that little house. She'd often mutter things like, "Get out the damn hallway," or "The bathroom's off limits, you know better." She insisted Laundry was the most harmless of the bunch, just a little quirky. Funnily enough, after 23 years of marriage, my wife and I ended up separating. She was the smart one. She probably sensed my life was about to take a turn for the worse, and it did. Looking back, I wonder if Laundry worked on that too. We managed to capture Laundry in a couple of old photos back in the days of printed film, buried somewhere deep in the boxes of photos I've held onto over the years. Those images are waiting to be rediscovered. And get this. This is a low point in my life. My wife and I split and I lost the house to the bank. My brother swooped in and bought it for pennies on the dollar, using it as an investment rental after we left. He kept it for about 10 years, but finally sold it last year because he couldn't keep a renter for more than 6 months. They'd always skip out, leaving the place trashed. Long story short, it just wasn't worth the money, turnaround time, and effort. My brother is an experienced real estate guy. He's done this plenty of times. But this one he washed his hands with. Why? The biggest complaint renters would say was they heard voices inside and out the house. One resident says his daughter had locked herself out the house one night and had to bang on the parents' window to tell them. The dad, annoyed, went to the door and opened it, but she wasn't there. Thinking she was playing games, he angrily stormed into her room, where she'd been sleeping comfortably all night. Her room, by the way, was where we heard Laundry that day. Another renter had been there less than a month when a young man fell asleep in the TV room. He woke up to what he said smelled like flowers or perfume and, still half asleep, staggered off to bed, leaving the TV room light on, the TV and the kitchen light on. No sooner had his head hit the pillow, a stern female voice said at his bedroom door, "Turn out the lights," in a cross, motherly tone so loud that the couple who owned the place heard it from their room and came out thinking he'd invited a guest over without permission. He left that morning, followed by them a few weeks later. But the straw that broke the camel's back was when my brother had to pay for a tenant's flat screen after it kept switching off and on and finally shorted out. It made me wonder if My 3 Sons wasn't on TV anymore, and someone wasn't happy about it. My brother replaced the TV and electrical sockets, and 2 weeks later, the residents skipped out, leaving the brand new TV, which also no longer worked, behind. My brother's not a believer, still isn't, but he believed it was losing him more money than it was worth, and he dumped it, for as it was almost half of what it was worth, refusing to even go back and ready it for sale. He did, however, offer me a nice sum to do it, and I politely declined. I'd like to believe our ghosts were trying to give my brother their unadulterated opinion on what a dick move it was to wait for your brother to be foreclosed only to snap up his former home for next to nothing. Sure, it's an old house with multiple problems and echoey vents that can carry voices from room to room or the sidewalk outside, but just the same, thanks Laundry Lady and the rest of you guys, you had our back. My ex and I both had a good laugh about that one, so thank you all. And sometimes we miss you, but I'm in no rush to hear or see you anytime soon. For as long as I can remember, I've been obsessed with the paranormal. Maybe that makes me more susceptible to unexplained paranormal events. My grandpa lived in my family's basement when I was a young child, and I'd always joke about how I want to move into his room after he dies, because I thought it would be cool to live in a haunted room. When I was in 5th or 6th grade, my grandpa passed away. and within 2 weeks I was whisked into his room. After he died, all us children got a creepy vibe from the basement, and would do our best to never be down there with the lights off. I was scared of what could be lingering in the dark, but I was excited to have my own little apartment. Any time I'd have to turn off the living room lights, I'd run as fast as I could into my room and turn the lights on. There were many times I'd run into my room, and my lights wouldn't turn on. It was odd, since my dad had renovated the room and updated the lights before I moved in. I'd have to run through the dark basement and find my dad to replace the lights again. Before the winter, my dad installed a fireplace to the basement, and thankfully he left it lit most nights throughout the winter. The fireplace sat directly across from my bedroom door. I'd leave my door cracked, so even if my lights didn't work, I'd have the lights from the fireplace. One night when I was in 6th grade, I woke up suddenly to a noise from the fireplace. I looked up and saw a shadow of a man who looked exactly like my dad at the end of my bed. I assumed the noise was my dad reloading the wood. I laid in bed watching the shadow, but the longer I looked, the more I realized it wasn't a shadow of my dad. It was translucent, but it was a full figure. It was 3D. I could see the arms and legs clearly, and the hole where the eyes should be. It was just standing at the end of my bed watching me, but I didn't feel scared and eventually fell back asleep. When I woke up in the morning, I was getting ready for school and noticed a strange bruise on the top of my left foot. The more I looked at the bruise, the more I noticed it looked like a handprint. There were finger marks wrapped around the top of my foot and a thumb by my ankle. I showed my dad and asked if he was in the basement while I was sleeping, and if he had come into my room to watch me sleep. He was visibly concerned, thinking a man was in our house the night before watching me. He assured me he wasn't in the basement, and that I probably got the bruise by playing with my siblings. I told him about the shadowy figure I saw at the end of my bed, and told me it was my grandpa watching over me. Nothing came of it, and I just took it as my dad thinking my grandpa's ghost was leaving me a sign from heaven. After that, my parents would come to check on me regularly. There were many times they would talk about coming into my room, and I'd sit up and have a full conversation with them, then fall back asleep, and I don't remember this happening at all. To this day, I still have part of the bruise on my foot. It's right where the palm would have been. Anytime my parents see it, they ask me where the bruise came from and why I always have a bruise in the same spot. I retell the story, but they just brush it off and say ghosts aren't real. I was 11 years old, and this is something that has been stuck in my mind ever since. I'd woken up late at night, hungry, and decided to sneak into the kitchen to grab something to eat. The house was completely dark. I reached the light switch and flicked it on, expecting the usual kitchen glow. But instead of the familiar sight of the table and chairs, I froze. Right next to the kitchen table, there was something. A shadow, tall, vaguely human-shaped, but the edges of it seemed to flicker like smoke, and underneath it, there was a faint orange glow like a tiny flame licking the floor beneath it. I swear it lasted no more than a second, but in that instant, it felt like the air itself had grown heavier, and I could no longer move or breathe properly. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, it vanished. I blinked and the kitchen was normal again, except for the fact that a few seconds later, a loud crack echoed from outside. I ran to the window and saw one of the power lines sparking violently. Sparks flew, and the line caught fire. I don't know if the apparition had anything to do with the fire, but ever since that night, I've never felt safe near that kitchen. I haven't told anyone this before. I guess I thought they'd think I were making it up, but even all these years later, I can still see that flickering shadow and the tiny flame beneath it, and still get chills thinking about it. This happened a few years ago, when I was visiting my aunt's old cottage in rural Ireland. The place had been in the family for generations, and locals always joked about it being a wee bit haunted. I never really believed in that sort of thing, until it started happening to me. It began small, Things would move from where I left them, keys on the counter, a book on the windowsill, but nothing major, just little items disappearing and reappearing in odd places. At first, I thought I was misplacing them. My aunt laughed it off and said it was probably the fairies having a bit of fun, which is a common local superstition. Then one evening, I was alone in the cottage reading by the fireplace. I left my notebook on the table and went to the kitchen for some tea. When I came back, it was gone. I checked the table, the floor, even behind the couch. There was no notebook, and I began to feel a bit unnerved. About an hour later, there was a soft tap-tap sound coming from the hallway. I followed it and found the notebook on the windowsill in the guest room, open to a blank page. I didn't remember leaving it on. But the weirdest part? The page had a small sketch on it, like something or someone had tried to draw me. It was crude but definitely human-shaped. Over the next few days, I started noticing patterns. Items weren't just being moved randomly. They were taken from areas where people often lingered and placed somewhere else that seemed significant. A pair of scissors ended up on the old hearth where my great-grandmother used to sew. A cup of tea I'd set on the counter appeared on the table where my aunt had always eaten breakfast with her sister. After talking with my aunt, she explained something that chilled me. In old Irish folklore, some spirits are keeper of memories. When they move objects, it's not malicious. They're just trying to show you something from the past or reconnect the present with old moments they witnessed. She said that sometimes if the object belonged to someone who lived in the house long ago, the spirit might borrow it to relive a memory and then return it once it does. I left the cottage the next day. Since then, I never question why things disappear in that house. The spirits aren't stealing, they're preserving in their own strange way. Has anyone else experienced anything, like objects moving without explanation, only to later understand it was a message more than a prank? Full disclosure, I'm a skeptic, but I love ghost stories. My thought is there are likely logical explanations for most, if not all, accounts of people seeing ghosts. Now, when my daughter was 3-ish, she would say, "My grandpa with long hair came to see me last night." She said he didn't say anything and just looked at her. This happened several times over the course of a few months. My father passed away in 2012 and had long hair for most of his adult life until he passed. We have a few pictures of him, and I'm sure we told her this is your grandpa at different points, so I thought she was either pretending or dreaming. She's now 5. Her great-aunt Millie, who she's named after, passed away a few months ago, and we had our first discussion with her about death. While she didn't exactly get it, she knows Millie isn't coming back. The other day, she said, "Someone with Millie's shoes and hair was in my room last night." We asked her if she said anything or if she was scared, and she said no to both. She just said she looked at her. Obviously, there are many logical explanations, but the hair and shoes comment does make me wonder, because of the specificity, and Millie's shoes and hair were both unique. I've inched closer to the belief side because of this alone. I was pregnant with my son at 17. His biological father was abusive, and we would see each other on and off throughout the pregnancy. I was staying at my dad's after we broke up, and after the first time he came to see me there randomly one day, I heard our wall phone dialing out, and then the doorbell rang. I went to see who was at the door, and I saw this man in a cowboy hat walking down the sidewalk. I eventually go live with my mum, and again, sometime after a meeting with the biological father, I'm laying on the couch, the front door is open, and our corded phone starts audibly dialing, and I hear someone on the porch. I get up and look out to see who's there, and it's the cowboy man walking down the sidewalk. My mum and I moved to another town, into an apartment. The biological father came to visit me there, and sure enough, sometime after, the phone dialed out and the doorbell rang. But there was no one at the door, so I looked out the window and saw the shadow of a person walking away. I've always wondered who this man was, and if he was some kind of protector. Maybe he was my grandfather that resembled him that I never met. He passed a few weeks after I was born. I never saw Cowboy Man again after the third time. After I had my son, I was done with the biological father. I moved on since he didn't want to be a part of his life. Until 17 to 18 years later, I moved to a different state. I started having experiences, and a few nights over a couple of months, I kept having issues at night. Someone in my ear saying my name, sitting on my bed, knocking, etc. And then one night I saw a cowboy man on my balcony just standing there. I hadn't seen or thought about him in years, so why was he visiting again? A few days later, I started thinking about my estranged aunt, who's my dad's sister. I hadn't seen or spoken to her in many years, but I wanted to reach out, so I go searching online to find a contact info or a profile or something. But instead I found her obituary. She passed in 2016. So I called my dad, and apparently no one had any idea she died, literally no one. My other aunts went and claimed her remains. Since then I haven't had too many experiences. All the night stuff completely stopped. So I kind of do believe my cowboy man is my grandfather, and he had brought my aunt to me to let everyone know she'd passed on. I think it was her saying my name in my ear during those nights sitting on my bed, trying to get my attention somehow. When I was in my late 20s, I rented an apartment that had really cheap rent for the area. All was well for a few months, but my cats refused to go into the kitchen or the bathroom for whatever reason. I started hearing my kitchen drawers being rummaged through, like it would sound if you were looking for a fork or something, but I lived alone, so where would it come from? I would also hear whispers or disembodied voices, usually when I was trying to sleep or in my spare room studying for college. It freaked out my cats and me, but to the point it was just voices, so I let it be. About a year into my life there, I was almost asleep, and all of a sudden I felt a very hot breath on my face, and a male voice saying, "Hey," loudly. I smelled alcohol. I looked around but couldn't see anything, and slept in my living room for 3 days after that. About a week after that incident, I was in the shower when I heard the door to the bathroom rattle like someone was trying to break in. I then heard really loud banging on the door, and that same voice again, but I couldn't make out the words. Another male voice said something and it sounded like an argument. I was frozen, and didn't make a peep or leave the bathroom for a good 10 minutes after that. Not sure about the truth to the backstory, but a friend with abilities said that a young man lived in my unit many years before and was found dead in the apartment under mysterious circumstances. They said either an overdose or violence. Either way, whatever the hell that presence was, I moved out ASAP. I've never been bothered or had my cats freaked out over nothing since then. I've never been so afraid in my life in that apartment. When I was younger, I had a friend staying the night, and we were up joking around and talking just before we were about to pass out. Now, I should mention at the time I replaced my closet door with these hanging beads, and it was a large walk-in closet, and from floor to ceiling. The ceiling was about 11 feet. She stopped mid-sentence and asked, "Hey, what's that in your closet?" I look over to see what she's talking about, and behind the beads is a shadow that looks like a man. It was facing directly towards us and didn't move. The part where the head should be looked cut off at the ceiling, almost as if its head was through the ceiling. We sat and stared for a good 5 minutes, wondering what we should do. It never moved. I looked up at the window to see if anything was reflecting through it, but mind you, the house was 2 stories tall, and it was facing the road with nothing that could possibly cast a shadow like that. I mustered up the courage, slowly walked towards it and flicked on the closet light. The light flashed momentarily, then blew up. We ran downstairs screaming and slept in the living room that night. I should mention the next night I looked to see if the shadow was still there, possibly as a way to explain it, and it wasn't. I didn't sleep that room again until my mum replaced the beads with the closet door. I had a lot of weird things happen in that house, but that was the most notable one. My boyfriend's house is also haunted. I do believe he may have ghost cat, as I've seen flashes of a cat run by. I go to look and there's no cat there. I felt a cat slowly walk on the bed, distinctly feel the weight of little paws pressing down on the pillow just for me to reach out and pet it. But there's no cat there. However, there is also a person that haunts his house. I've seen its shadow multiple times. It likes to knock on doors and whisper in the hallway. The worst story is one night. Him and me were sleeping in bed, and I was having a dream that we were both scared but looking around his house in a strange dream dimension. I saw orbs floating of light everywhere, and this door that didn't exist in his house was present. I slowly went to look to see what this mysterious room had in it, and as soon as I turned the corner, I heard and felt fast footsteps bolting towards me in bed. I woke up in a panic, because I thought I was about to be attacked by someone or something, but I woke up just in time. The footsteps stopped right at the corner of the bed, as if something ran up to me, but nothing ever happened after I woke up. That place has some strange energy. The ghost cat is cute though. This happened over a year ago. I got up to use the bathroom in the middle of the night. I do my business and start to head back to the room. Down the hallway, in the deep black of night in that house, I see someone walking towards me. It was about the same size as my boyfriend, so I figured they were going to the bathroom too. As we passed each other in the hallway though, his shoulder checked me hard. I thought to myself, what the hell's this about? But they have anger management issues, so I figured he was just pissed off about something. And he was probably just going to the bathroom. He didn't turn around to look at me. I get to my room, open the door, enter with my head down, and instinctively turn around and slowly close the door behind me. I turn around. This time my eyes make their way to the bed and I freeze. I've heard people use the expression frozen in place before, but I always felt they were over-exaggerating or being dramatic. But I can tell you with absolute certainty that you can be frozen in place with fear, whereas you cannot move or breathe or do anything. That was this situation. On the bed, with the nightstand light on, and basking the whole room in a soft glow was the boyfriend. He was still snoring away, but was not alone. I don't really know how to describe what I was seeing. Best I can say is imagine you were able to double a person in place where they were. Then you took the double and moved them just slightly off center where they were, and made them blurry or buzzing like static electricity. That's what I was seeing. The whole ordeal took about 2 minutes. Not for one moment did I break eye contact with that thing as it sunk deeper and deeper into the mattress until it was completely gone. The scream I had been trying to get out the whole time was finally able to escape my throat, which woke my boyfriend up with a startle. We both got dressed and made a beeline to the car, and I filled him in once we were away from the house. They of course didn't believe me, and I can't blame him. Had I not seen it, I wouldn't have believed me either. He did mention about dreaming about quicksand before. I slept on the couch for 6 weeks before I was finally able to go back into the bedroom. The strange part of it all, though, is in retrospect, whatever that thing was, I don't think it wanted to hurt him or me. But it was absolutely vital I saw it. That was the feeling I was left with. It needed to be witnessed at any cost. My fiancée and I have been living in an apartment since December of 23. When we first moved in, she would have terrible visions about an old lady visiting her while she was sleeping. She said this entity was evil and wanted to cause us harm. Our apartment is also laid out to where you can walk through the bathroom into the bedroom, into the living room and kitchen and back into the bathroom. After about a month, my fiancée had her grandma come in and bless the place. Since then, My fiancé has not had any bad dreams, though they've increased for me tenfold. Well, one night, when my fiancé was getting ready to take a bath, I was doing dishes, and I looked to my left into the bathroom where she was just kind of standing there staring at the water. I then heard movement from the bedroom and looked at the bedroom to see my fiancé come out. I looked back to the bathroom, and the entity was facing me, but it had no face. It was just skin, but I could somehow tell it was looking directly at me, and I felt this intense crippling headache. I fell to the ground holding my head, and then it subsided, and my fiancé was standing over me worried. I looked at the bathroom, and the entity was gone. A few months have passed since then, and nothing else has happened until today. I've been out of work with a torn muscle in my back, and I've been home a lot. Today, while sitting on my couch, the TV remote was sitting on my armrest, and I got up to grab some water, and when I do, I felt something hit me in the back hard, right where the muscle is torn. I turn around and the remote is sitting on the floor at my feet. The way it was positioned on the armrest, there's no way it could have been flung that fast and hard. Something or someone must have thrown it at me. I want to get my fiancé's grandma back in to bless the place, but I'm afraid it might make things worse. Any ideas? When I was around the age of 5, my parents moved us to a house that was literally located next to a cemetery. While we lived there, now that I look back at it, we always witnessed hearing things being moved, hearing our names being called, and within the few years that we did live there, I vividly remember one evening when I was laying in bed doing homework. I must have been around 8, when I kept hearing the room door being cracked open, but every time I looked back I couldn't see anyone. I have a brother who is older by 1 year and a few months, so rationally I thought it was him just trying to be annoying. After the second time of hearing the door crack, I got up and said, "Stop trying to distract me, I'm doing homework." I didn't hear anything, so I got up and turned on the hall light and walked into his room. To my surprise, he wasn't there, so I just simply walked back, leaving the light on so that I could see him approach the next time. I go back to my bed at this point. I lay facing the door, and soon enough I start seeing a shadow creeping up. It looked like shapes made of dust. It didn't have facial features or traces of clothes. I yell, "Mom, tell my brother to stop bothering me." As soon as I said this, the shadow disappeared like it was backing up quickly. My mum responded, "What are you talking about?" I proceeded to tell her everything that just happened, and she replied, "Your brother's been sleeping in my room next to me for the past hour. There's no way he was running back and forth from my room to yours." I'm a 21-year-old female, and just want to start out by saying yes, I've gone to the psychics, blessed the house, and none of the things I've tried have gotten this spiritual attachment to break. The man in the mirror has been attached to my soul for the last 9 years. It started at 2 a.m. My family was living at my grandparents' house due to us moving to another house and being in between the process. I stayed in an upstairs bedroom that was next to my grandparents' bedroom. In the room, there was a mirror beside the bed, nailed into the wall. I remember I was watching a movie before I went to bed, and I just felt like something was off. I had a camping lantern next to me because I was so afraid of the dark in that house. Then sooner than I knew, there was a handprint larger than any handprint I've ever seen in the house. It couldn't have been anyone else's hand on the mirror because I saw it place itself on the glass. I stood back frightened, wondering what just happened. Then I did something I should have never even thought about. I spoke to the mirror. "Is anyone there? If so, please make a Y on the mirror so I know, or write M for no." It spoke back to me with a Y on the mirror. The minute I turned away because my grandpa got up to go to the bathroom across the hall, I saw his face. It was a Native American man with a feather crown on his head and beads going down to his shoulders. This is the man that's been haunting me since. We call him King because we don't know what else to call him. He will play with my lights and write my name on my mirror when I'm in the bathroom by myself or home alone. That's when I figured out from research that my grandparents' house was built on top of a Native American burial site that was used for the Shoshone tribe. Last night I saw him again, in the mirror of my bedroom, looking at me, gazing into my soul. My husband was asleep, and I turned the mirror around because I was afraid of him, and that's when my chest became heavy like someone was pushing on it. I couldn't breathe. My husband woke up and pulled me away from it, but I was so scared that this haunting had turned out for the worst. Please give me some knowledge on what to do, and how to sever the bond that I mistakenly made with a man who no longer walks the mortal plane. This happened in 2010 at a church in Elmira, New York. I gave a talk about lighting for the church there, and they put me up in sanctuary for my talks. As I'm setting up on the front pew, from the corner of my eye, a man suddenly appears in the left aisle, dressed in white and with poofy white hair. I say to myself what I usually do. Am I really seeing this? So I glance to the left and he vanishes. Weird. I continue booting up the laptop and projector, and a few minutes later he appears again. So I ignore him and let him sit there for 5 minutes before darting my eyes quickly, and he disappears again. I give my talk, no problems. As I'm clearing up after, I look up at the main aisle, and I see a stovepipe hat across the front door window from the outside. What on earth? I walk up to the door and see an open horse-drawn carriage with 2 horses and half a dozen people dressed in period clothing. As I'm standing there wondering, a woman comes up to me inside and says she couldn't believe how much detail they put into this. So I ask what's going on, and they say that they're recreating the funeral cortege from the church to the cemetery. Today is exactly 100 years since Mark Twain's funeral. I grew up in Connecticut, and his house is in Hartford, and I know he died in Reading, but I was told his wife was from Elmira, and they summered there each year, and that he's buried in her family plot. So I'm guessing that was Mark/Samuel Clemens visiting that day. And now he knows all about compact fluorescent bulbs. When I was 12, I had a little girlfriend, but I knew she was a ghost. My older brother has always seen things, and I had too as a kid, but I didn't know they weren't actual people. My brother somehow knew I was communicating with this thing when I never told anyone. I was left home alone a lot at 12. My brother ended up telling me it was a demon attaching itself to a child spirit. He said they both really liked me, and not to communicate with the girl anymore because she didn't have good intentions. The demon could mimic our voices. It often pretended to be me with my mum when I wasn't home. Sometimes my family would see me in the house when I'd be at a friend's house or playing outside. My mum once saw me run inside the house at night, but I was upstairs playing Barbies. I would tell your daughter not to communicate with it because it could be a demon, someone said. I stopped communicating when I was 12, and we ended up moving because a former neighbor found out my neighborhood was built on an Indian burial ground. I'm just glad my mum listened and we got out before things escalated. When I was 11, I had a dark entity follow me around for about 2 years. It looked like the figure of a man, kind of like Father from the cartoon Codename Kids Next Door. He was always in the corner of my eye. One time I even saw him move behind me in the reflection of the living room. I saw him every day until I asked my very religious grandma to pray in my room, where I saw him the most. After she blessed me, I never saw him again. At age 13, I was still living in the same house, and it was summer break, so it was just me and my brother home until my parents came back from work at around 3. My brother stayed upstairs in his room all day. The walls were paper thin, so I could always hear his footsteps. One morning, maybe around 8, I heard him walk out of his room, go to the bathroom, pull the shower curtain, turn on the water, and later walk back to his room. Sounded like a normal shower. Then he walked in through the front door. So I asked him, "Didn't you just take a shower?" "No, football just started. I was at practice since 6 a.m. I know this sounds silly, but there's no other possible explanation I can think of. At age 14, we moved to a new house and I was in high school. I would get ready at 5 a.m. for school, and no one would be up except for me and my 5-year-old sister. My room was at the end of a long hallway, and one morning I came out and saw a little girl dressed in all white run around the corner of the hallway like she was trying to hide. My sister used to do that, so I called out, "Persephone, I saw you." I followed the girl down the hall into one of the bedrooms where my sister was sleeping hard. She was definitely knocked out at 5 a.m. and wasn't wearing white. After that, I would see that little girl hiding around the house even when my sister wasn't home. When I was 18, I only saw the little girl occasionally. One day I made tea and laid on the couch while it cooled, with a pillow over my head because I had a headache. I heard what sounded like a finger scratching a piece of wood, like a door, once, then tapping 3 times really loud in one ear. A friend told me to let my dog in because dogs are more spiritual. My Doberman was only allowed in the kitchen and living room. He knew that and never went in further. But when I let him in, he ran straight into the hallway where I'd seen the ghost girl and started looking around frantically. He'd never gone there before. I went back to the kitchen and my tea was cold. I assumed someone had called me to get it, but no one had. These are just the encounters I can remember from the top of my head. I stopped seeing the little girl, but apparently my brother started seeing her instead. Someone told me I should sage the house, but with the caution of not letting in other entities, I said, "Nah, I'm okay with the ghosts I have." The creepiest ghost story is about a janitor called Jeremy. He used to work in an institution and was on good terms with the owner. The owner lent him a room to sleep in. Even though Jeremy lived a few blocks away, he loved the job and would stay over. But after a few weeks, he documented some bizarre incidents. He'd hear footsteps coming from the staircase as well as the adjacent room. He didn't think much of it until one night. He was in bed, but couldn't shake the feeling something terrible was about to happen. Nevertheless, he fell asleep and later was awakened by a thud. Turns out, a vessel was smacked by something with a huge force. He couldn't figure out what caused it, but nevertheless got inside his bed. It was then he heard a giggle of a child. It should be noted this is happening during winter, so no child would be walking on a cold night because they simply wouldn't be able to bear the coldness. Jeremy shone his flashlight across the room and checked every corner of the institution but found no child. Then things got more creepy, as every night he'd hear the same giggle but in more numbers. In fact, he'd even see a faint apparition of 2 to 3 children sitting and playing in his room late at night. Though he was never harmed, it always left him on edge, and he would share stories about it with us. When I was growing up, my dad lived in a house that was built in the early 1900s. I had a ton of paranormal experiences in the house, but this one freaked me out the most, because it was the only one I had physically seen. I was about 14. My dad and his girlfriend had just switched the house from cable TV to Fire Sticks. I didn't have one in my room yet, so I would watch TV in my little brother's room when he wasn't there. This night he was sleeping downstairs in his grandma's room. He was 4. So I was in his room watching TV when suddenly out of the corner of my eye, I saw a black figure, about the height of my brother, standing in the doorway. Thinking it's him, I say, "Liam, why are you awake right now?" And as I look towards the door, the figure quickly turns and runs down the stairs, and I actually hear the sound of running. Thinking he was just playing around, I look at my phone and see it's 1 a.m, so decide it's best to go to bed. I shut off his TV and lights and head back to my room. As I walk into my room, I hear soft footsteps creeping up the stairs, so I turn towards the stairs, still in my room, and watch as the figure peers around the wall towards me. As I see it, it quickly jumps back and goes running back down the stairs, and this time I hear a faint child's laughter. Still thinking it's my brother, I go downstairs to get him to bed. When I get downstairs and go to the room he's supposed to be in, he sounds asleep in the bed. It's at that point I hear the faint laughter in the kitchen near the stairs to the basement. Deciding I wasn't going to check it out because at this point I'm scared, I went back up to my room. I plugged in my phone and laid down on my bed, and then when I looked up, I saw the same black figure I had seen the other 2 times peer into my room at me. I quickly turned my bedside lamp on, and as I did, it ran back down the stairs laughing. I shut my door and slept with my lamp on that night. My dad no longer lives in that house, but to this day both my dad and stepmom don't believe me when I tell them the story. They push it off as my imagination even though my stepmom and her mum both experienced things in that house as well. I'd like to share a few stories about Dave. He's not a mean-spirited one, or a polite ghost. I never saw him ever, but the best way to describe his voice is an elderly hardcore smoker answering you from another room. His voice is always muffled but rough and coarse. Here are a few stories with Dave. The first time I ever actually heard Dave was when I was 9. I was in the living room reading a Batman comic. I heard Dave asking me if Batman was fighting the Joker. I mindlessly answered, "Yeah, you can read it after I'm done." Took my brain a minute, before realizing there was no one else in the house with me to ask at the time. My mom once told me she was taking laundry into her room when she suddenly bumped into something large and invisible, making her fall backwards. She then heard Dave exclaim, "Oh, I'm sorry, are you okay?" My mum saw no one, but she did feel like there was someone helping her get up, as well as pointing out where all her clothes had fallen to. In my lifetime, we've had 7 cats who have lived with us. Every now and then, I'll see one of them rolling over and enjoying someone petting them. But there's no one there doing the petting. In high school, I got a few friends to bring out a Ouija board to my house in the hopes to talk to Dave. Before we even begin, the little triangle thing that comes with the board vanished without a trace. Me and my friends were confused until we heard Dave say in a raspy voice, "No, this is not the time. There's someone outside that you do not want to invite in here." Me and my friends sat there in silence and put the board away, only taking it out to burn it a few months later in summer camp. Only once did I ask Dave why he haunts our house. His response to this question was him knocking on the walls leading me to my bedroom door. I opened it up, looked inside, and felt him push me into my room and close the door on me. He basically sent me to my room for asking such a personal question. The audacity! And I never brought it up since. There hasn't been much activity with him since 2014, and my parents, who still live there, think he's moved on. He was a great ghost, and I hope he's in a better place now. The year was 2001. I was in a sleepaway camp that summer. We went on a trip to the Mountain Creek Water Park and stayed until the park closed. Our yellow school bus was driving us back to camp through the windy Pocono mountain roads at night. One by one, several people, including myself, looked behind them and said they felt someone tap them on the back through their seats. We were being tapped in places on the back that weren't accessible by someone's hand because we were up against the seat backs. I started freaking out and hyperventilating and saying there's a ghost on the bus. In response, a kid sitting next to me told me to shut up and there was no such thing as ghosts. At that very moment when he said that, a rock came flying through our window and landed in my lap, shattering the glass into little pieces that got lodged in my skin. It was the most frightening thing to happen to me, and I cried my eyes out when we got back to camp while everyone tried to console me. I live with several ghosts in my new apartment. They interact with me. The creepiest thing I would say they do is get in bed with me while I'm laying down. I can feel the bed depressing as they crawl on it, which they do every time I get in bed. I've been living with them for about 3 weeks now. I can see them. They are, of course, transparent. I needed verification somehow that these things aren't just my hallucinations, so I invited my brother over, hoping he could see them as well. I brought him into my bedroom, where they seem to mostly congregate. There's always one that likes to stand next to the lamp at the head of my bed, so I asked my brother if he could see it, and he could. I said goodbye to them as I was leaving the house, and said hello when I came home. They come visit me every time I go to bed, and I can feel them there. I need to know if I'm alone, or if there are others who can feel entities like this as well. Since I was 10 years old, I've always been seeing the same white figure, just once a year, always in June. She never stays long, just a few seconds, and I've seen her in a few different places. Home, different apartments, even on vacation. She follows me, not the location. The first time I saw her was the same day I opened one of those creepy chain emails. And she's always the same, a white silhouette with no facial features and no clothes I can identify. She doesn't move either, just stands still. I've never gotten an evil feeling from her, but the fact that this has been happening for 11 years is deeply unsettling. I moved houses multiple times and she always reappears. One year, I didn't see her, but my ex-boyfriend, who doesn't believe in anything paranormal and who I never told her about, casually told me the next morning, "I went to the bathroom in the middle of the night. Looks like there was this white figure sitting on top of you while you slept." He described her exactly as I see her, and I had never said a word about her to him. But this year something changed. A few days ago, again in June, I didn't see her but heard her. I was on a video call with my boyfriend when out of nowhere we heard this clear, sharp sobbing sound coming from the hallway, like a woman crying, just for a moment. It was loud enough for him to hear through the call. I ruled out every rational explanation I could think of. There was nothing, and no one there. I've been trying to ignore it for years, but now it's escalated to sound. I don't know what she wants or what I should do. My dad passed away on the 7th of September waiting to be cremated. Yesterday, my 18-year-old daughter was downstairs by herself. Her younger brother and sister were both in their rooms. Me and Dad were out. At 7 p.m, she bombarded me with messages saying she saw a white figure walk past the living room door and basically walk down the dark hallway. She was really freaked out, how tall it was and stuff. Fast forward to 1:30 a.m. My husband and I had been in bed around half an hour, everyone else was fast asleep, watching TikToks, when my handbag from one of the top shelves of a bookshelf comes flying off into the middle of the bedroom floor. Both of us stared at each other and jokingly shouted at my dad to put it back. Today I was cleaning out my dad's place, and I was telling his sister, my auntie, about the handbag, and before I could finish she said, "Oh my god, that's so weird." At 9 p.m. last night, she was on FaceTime with my cousin when she saw a white figure walk from her back door to the hallway. My cousin witnessed her seeing this and was really freaked out. So then I told her what happened to my daughter. There's no way either of us knew that this happened. I think it's strange how it was a figure in white, about my dad's height. He would also consistently be in and out of the house to going for a smoke. It gets even weirder. My husband has 2 cars outside, one new, one old. Yesterday at 3:59 p.m, his new car alarm goes off for no reason. We check our CCTV, nothing triggered it. Today at 5:01 p.m, the car alarm on our old car starts going off. Again I check the CCTV and there's nothing. Is this all a coincidence? Or is my dad up to no good now that he's gone? My friend used to tell me for the longest time that he could see shadow people. I never believed him completely, but I also couldn't write it off because of the way it affected him. He'd start freaking out sometimes, especially when we sat out on the porch all night. He said he could see them closing in around us. Apparently they'd come walking from far away across the field from behind the tree line, even from the road, and just slowly move closer. I couldn't see anything, but he described them so clearly it gave me chills. He said they weren't just vague shapes either. Once he saw what looked like a woman in a wedding dress standing near the old town hall down the road, a long abandoned building that used to host dances decades ago. Another time, he swore there was a lumberjack standing in the corner of our shared bedroom, the one that made sense in a weird way, because the place where we were staying in was an older logging cabin from the 1950s. One night, I even tried to fight one of them just to mess with him, or maybe to convince myself there was nothing there. I swung at the empty air in front of him when he said one was walking towards us. He freaked out. I could see the terror in his face, like he genuinely thought I'd just make things worse somehow. He chain smoked for the rest of the night, saying they always got closer when he was afraid. But the part that really messed me up happened later that summer. There was this small storage house on the lawn by the summer cabin, with an attic space you could reach by a narrow set of stairs. My friend told me one evening that he saw a little girl up there. Said she was small, maybe 7 or 8, with her knees pulled up to her chest. Just a shadow of her, not a solid figure. I went up there with him, thinking maybe he was seeing reflections or something. We looked into the room and there was nothing. He went pale and said, "She's in the corner." I still saw absolutely nothing, just dust and old boxes. But as we walked out, something told me to take a few pictures behind me with my phone. When we got back to the main house later, we looked through the photos, and I swear on everything there was a shadow figure peeking out from behind the doorframe. Small, human-shaped, and unmistakably leaning out with one thin, dark arm reaching around the edge of the door. The moment we saw it, both of us got hit by this blinding headache. It was like pressure inside our skulls pulsing in sync. We just stared at each other freaked out, and without even saying anything, we both deleted that photo instinctively. I regret that to this day. I wish we'd kept it, but at the same time I'm not sure I wanted that thing saved anywhere near me. Believe me or not, but I'll never forget that little shadow hand reaching around the door. I live in a rum-running house built in 1927 in New England. We have lived in the house for 25 years now, since I was 5. From the very beginning, both my mother and I felt there was a presence in the house, specifically in the basement. I should also mention I'm a psychic medium. My mother and grandmother are as well. I have vivid memories from my childhood of an old man sitting on a wooden box like a milk crate right next to the water heater in our basement. Both my mother and I have smelled pungent cigar smoke in the area too, when no one in our house smokes. As I've gotten older and become more in tune with my abilities, I've identified this as a spirit of an elderly gentleman, grandfather-like. He's never hurt or scared us. In fact, it feels as though a grandfather is watching over us and keeping other spirits away. Now that we have 2 cats, they are often hanging out around that space or sitting nearby staring at it. I've always felt that I'm being watched down there, but it's never felt evil or invasive. Perhaps the most outward thing the ghost has done is mess with the living room lights. Every time we left for family vacation or when I left for college, I would say goodbye to the ghost and he would flicker the lights to say goodbye back immediately. I have no idea who this man is, but he always felt like a comforting presence, making sure our house is safe. Does anyone else have a ghost grandpa in their basement that's friendly? My cousin claimed that when she worked at a dollar store in an old mall, that both customers and workers reported genuinely creepy stuff. Usually it was things like someone unseen running down the aisle and pushing past people, or a dark figure peeking around corners, or zipping by so fast that people thought they were just seeing things. The creepiest by far was one of the late-night stockers was pulling out old unsold inventory from the shelves and replacing them with new or updated products, and I guess she squatted down to pull out a bag of expired dog food. When she got to the last bag and pulled it out, she was greeted by a grey dude's head sitting there, chin resting on the shelf. He had a big grin on his face like he was trying to scare her or for laughs. She instinctively fell backwards and hit her head on the inventory cart hard enough to need stitches. The manager had a fun time trying to explain how the co-worker was injured to their boss and to the insurance company. Not sure if he added that she was startled by a dead dude's head poking out from behind the dog food with a creepy grin on his face. The story actually reminds me of the ghosts of Flight 41, where planes were built with materials from a fatal crash, and both flight staff and customers reported incidents of seeing the dead pilots and engineer in odd places in the plane, like their heads hiding among the luggage in the upper compartment, or their head appearing in a microwave and telling a staff member about a problem with the plane. Just creepy stuff all round. Something about disembodied heads and other body parts is scary as hell to me. Why do they only appear as heads? That's so unnerving. The first rule of real estate is location, location, location. The second unwritten rule is that if you find a deal that's too good to be true, you don't ask questions, you just sign the lease. That's what I did back in 2018. A 3-bedroom, 2-bath townhome for $1,500 a month was a steal even then. Today, with the market rate for a comparable place pushing $3,000, it's nothing short of a miracle. The landlord, a sweet old woman who lives in Oregon a few states away, has never once raised the rent. And for a single dad with an 11-year-old, it was a sanctuary of affordability. The house was built in the late 70s, had good bones but an odd quirk. On every single door, every window frame, and even the cabinet and drawer fronts, there was a faint, greasy cross. It was like someone had taken a consecrated candle and methodically blessed every possible point of entry or exit. "Geez," I muttered to my son Jack during the move-in. The last tenants must have been preparing for the apocalypse. Being a firm believer in science and reason, I saw the crosses not as a warning but as a chore. So 2 weeks in, armed with a bucket of hot, soapy water and a sponge, I systematically erased every last one of them. It felt good, like wiping away someone else's superstitions and truly claiming the space as our own. And that, dear friends, was my first mistake. The nightmares started for Jack immediately. At first, they were vague terrors, the kind you'd expect from a kid adjusting to a new home, but they quickly escalated into a single reoccurring horror: a dark man. That's what he'd whisper. "He stands in the corner and watches me. He doesn't let me sleep." For 2 years, I tried everything a rational dad can think of. A new nightlight, therapy, limiting scary movies, even getting a dog, a goofy chihuahua called Iris, who seemed utterly unbothered by anything. Nothing worked. The psychologist said it was likely anxiety, a manifestation of the upheaval in his young life and growing up without a mother. I clung to that diagnosis because the alternative was unthinkable. Finally, worn down by his nightly terrors and persistent begging, I relented. We swapped rooms. I moved my home office into his old room, which would now double as a guest room, and he took the slightly smaller room down the hall. Just like that, the nightmare stopped. He never mentioned the dark man again. Life moved on. I fell in love. My wife Kenzie moved in, filling the house with her warmth and laughter that it had never known. The guest room, Jack's former chamber of horrors, became a frequent crash pad for her constellation of girlfriends who came to visit. This is when the story started again, only now they weren't coming from a child, but from grown, sober adults. The first was Meg. She came out for breakfast one morning looking pale. "You're not going to believe this," she said, pouring coffee with a slightly trembling hand. "I woke up in the middle of the night and there was a man standing over my bed." I felt a cold prickle on the back of my neck. "A dark man?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual, and her eyes widened. "How did you know? He was just a tall, dark shape, but definitely a man." I was terrified for a second, but then I just got annoyed. I sat up and said loudly, "No thank you," and he sort of just faded away. We laughed it off as a vivid dream, but a seed of doubt had been planted in my carefully cultivated soil of skepticism. Over the next year, 2 other friends reported similar experiences. One felt the distinct pressure of someone sitting on the edge of the bed. Another swore she heard a man's deep sigh right next to her ear, even though she was alone in the room. My logical explanations were wearing thin, even to me. The turning point came on a quiet Tuesday night. Kenzie was out with friends, and I was home alone with Iris. I was in the living room watching TV when I heard a distinct, heavy footstep on the wooden floor in the guest room. Iris, who was dozing in my lap, shot up, a low growl rumbling in her chest as she stared down the hall. I muted the TV. Then another creak from the wood floor, followed by the soft click of the guest room door shutting. Every rational corner of my mind screamed that it was just the house settling, but my gut knew better. I had scrubbed off more than just waxy crosses 7 years ago. I had erased boundaries. Kenzie and I decided we could no longer ignore it. We started with the source, our landlord. When I called and asked her about the tenants before me, she chuckled. "Oh, you mean Laura? Lived there 30 years. Her husband Kevin passed away in the house, in the front bedroom." She was a deeply religious woman. Said Kevin was a stubborn man in life and just as stubborn in death. He wasn't going anywhere. So she had a priest come and bless the room to keep his spirit peaceful and contained. The pieces were clicking into place with horrifying clarity. The crosses weren't to keep something out, they were to keep something in. They were spiritual boundary lines for a resident ghost. By cleaning them, I hadn't cleansed the house, I had given Kevin run of the place. He wasn't malicious, just present. He'd tormented my son, a new presence in his space until Jack left. He had curiously observed our guests. He was the townhome's first tenant. About 6 months ago, Kenzie and I stood at the threshold of the guest room, and I spoke into the empty air. "Kevin?" Feeling both foolish and deadly serious. "My name's Mark. This is my wife Kenzie. We understand this was your room, and we respect that. We're not asking you to leave, but this is our home now too. We have guests, and you're scaring them. We're asking for a little peace. You're welcome to your space, but let our guests sleep." It felt strange, like negotiating a treaty with an invisible country. But as I closed the door, the air in the hallway somehow felt lighter. Since that day, we sometimes see Kevin, usually as a dark apparition moving between the rooms and hallway, but we don't hear any alarming stories from our guests. I still have the best rental deal in the city, and I've come to realize I don't have a ghost problem per se, as a roommate. Before I believed in ghosts, I used to think it was something only crazy or superstitious people talked about, but now I love hearing them, and the more unsettling the details the better. The most recent one I heard is about a mischievous ghost boy. I was talking to this lady and asked if she'd ever experienced anything paranormal. At first she said no, but when I mentioned that almost everyone who lived in this city has at least one strange story, she suddenly remembered. "Oh yeah, there's a little boy that goes around my house, and the one next door." She lives in a rural area about an hour from the city, tucked away in a small mountain village. She told me that once during a video call, her sister suddenly asked, "Who's that kid in your backyard?" She said there was no one there, but her sister insisted. "Yes, there is. I can see the little boy running around there, look." She turned confused but saw nothing. Her sister even described the boy, wearing a white shirt and shorts. It looked like a school uniform, but there was no one outside. The woman said the connection suddenly got fuzzy right after that, and when the call ended, the yard felt colder than usual. She went on to say that in the house next door, the boy causes even more trouble. Beside running through the yard at night, he moves things around, objects that couldn't possibly fall or shift on their own. Dishes, toys, tools, they just fly off the shelves like someone is deliberately tossing them. I asked if she'd ever seen him, and she told me she had. There was one evening she went out to buy tortillas, and when she came back and opened the gate, she saw her grandson running across the yard and disappearing into the house. She called out to him but didn't receive a reply, and when she stepped inside, the place was quiet. She looked through every room but couldn't find him, so she called her daughter who was in the living room and asked, "Where's the boy? I just saw him run inside." Her daughter sounded confused and said, "He's been asleep right here the whole time. What are you talking about?" When she told her family what happened, they nodded and said, "Ah, so you've seen him too?" It's true then. Both houses where the boy appears are relatively new, which makes it even stranger. I asked where she thought the spirit could have come from, and she said she believes that long ago when the area was still farmland, children used to die young from illness or accidents, and people would just bury them wherever they could. She guesses something like that must have happened, and that he's still around, playing his games. When I was around 10, I was at my best friend's grandparents' house, where she lived. At the time, one of her younger cousins was staying with them as well. I think she was around 5 as well. Her name was Jane, and my best friend was called Sue. We had gone into Sue's attic, where her grandparents' bedroom was, to get Jane some pajamas, and I was standing outside the door looking down the wooden stairs leading to the attic. While Jane and Sue were in the bedroom picking out some clothes, I heard someone start running up the wooden steps in front of me, but not seeing anyone. We ran into the bedroom and shut the door. I didn't realize it at the time, but as I started hearing the footsteps running at me, Jane and Sue began to emerge from the bedroom, and had also heard it. After we shut the door, we could hear a deep male voice speaking outside it. We couldn't make out what it was saying, but it started immediately after we closed the door, like we had just shut it in time. We hid in there for a while, before absolutely booking it downstairs. I still remember Jane being so young she didn't really understand what was happening, and why Sue and I were so scared. I'm 24 now, and it's still the first paranormal encounter I think of when I recall 3 key things that have happened to me throughout my life. A lot of people saw multiple examples of my daycare being haunted. Let me elaborate. So for some context, the daycare used to be called something else. Back then, there was a kid who went there called Dominic, and Dominic liked causing trouble, always running around and getting into things. One day, while he was playing on the big tire in the playground, he fell and hit his head on one of the toys. He was rushed to hospital, but didn't make it. After that, people said Dominic haunted the daycare because that's where he died. The place eventually got shut down after the accident, but reopened under a new rebranding. Some of the old toys and furniture were still there from before. Ever since then, weird things have happened. Once during nap time, us school agers were still awake. We always put our aprons in this little cubby thing. It was closed off, no way for wind to get in, no way for the apron to fall out. We looked away for a second after seeing movement in the corner, and when we looked back, the aprons were out and scattered all over the place. Other times, random things would fall for no reason. One of the caretakers said that one morning after putting all of the kids down for their naps, she and another caretaker were waiting for more kids to arrive when they suddenly heard crying coming from the vents. All the kids were asleep, and no one else was there. Another time, a friend, their brother, and a teacher were there early in the morning eating their snacks. The daycare doesn't let toys in and doesn't have any electrical ones, but they all heard the sound of an electrical fire truck running somewhere, even though there was nothing around that could have made that noise. And there was the movement in the attic, but that could have just been a rat maybe. Still, with everything that's happened, it's hard not to think something's still there. The daycare wasn't exactly sanitary per se. I grew up in a small Bulgarian town, and when we were teenagers, we used to go exploring. Old factories, abandoned schools, that kind of thing. You know, dumb stuff. One of my friends, Miro, said his grandma had this house out in the countryside a few kilometers from town. Nobody had lived there since his grandpa died. He said we could go there for the weekend, and that no one would bother us and that we could drink and smoke in peace. The moment we saw the place, I got this weird feeling. The kind where your stomach sinks before anything even happens. It was one of those one-story houses with a broken fence and a yard full of tall weeds. The windows were covered in grime, and there was this musty smell that hit you as soon as you opened the door. Inside, everything was exactly how someone might have left it 50 years ago. Old wooden furniture, yellowed lace curtains, family photos so faded you couldn't make out their faces. On the wall in the living room was a big, round clock. Its hands were stuck at 12. We joked about ghosts at first, like any group of teenage idiots. But after midnight, when the laughter died down and the beer cans emptied, it got really quiet. At 1 a.m. I went outside to take a leak. I remember how bright the moon was. The air was still. And that's when I heard footsteps behind me. I turned around, but there wasn't anything. I went back inside and told Miro someone was walking around the yard. He looked me dead in the eye and said, "That's normal, that's just Grandpa. He died here. He never really left." I laughed at first, waiting for him to crack a smile, but he didn't. Before I could say anything, something thumped from the next room, a heavy sound like a chair tipping over. We looked at each other. That room was completely empty. Then came another sound, a slow dragging, like wood scraping across the floor, and then tick. We turned towards the old wall clock. Its second hand, which had been frozen since we got there, started moving, not forward, but backward. One of the guys exclaimed, "What the hell?" under his breath. The sound filled the room, echoing off the walls. All these ticks that were out of sync. And when the lights flickered, no one said anything, we just ran out. We lit cigarettes with shaking hands. The night felt colder now. Miro lit one extra cigarette and stuck it right in the dirt. "For Grandpa," he said quietly. We stood there watching it burn. The tip glowed red, then faded, then red again, like someone was taking slow drags. When it burnt down to the filter, Miro just stared at the ash, and after a while we decided to go back in. The living room felt worse. The air smelled faintly of smoke, but none of us had smoked inside, and the clock seemed to be working again. It now read 2:57 a.m. And when the hands reached 3 a.m. exactly, the ticking stopped. Miro's face went pale. "He's gone," he said, and walked outside. We left not long after that. None of us said much on the way home. It's been years now, and the house is probably gone now. I don't believe in ghosts, but I never asked Miro what happened to his grandpa, and I honestly don't want to find out. I was renting a semi-detached house that had been built by a landowner for their shepherds generations ago. 20 miles from the nearest town on the Kintyre Peninsula of Western Scotland. One night in the middle of December, I had gotten into bed and was falling asleep on my back, when above me on the right, I heard approaching the joyful music of a brass band. Then I felt a cold draft as the covers on that side of the bed were lifted, and an icy halo drew closer. Although I desperately wanted to move away, I found myself immobilized, which gave rise to panic, and as I came fully awake, I saw in the corner of the room an egg-shaped form the color of mist. The following night, I addressed the corner where I had seen the ghostly form, saying I didn't mind if it wanted to share the bed, and I shall take the other side. There was no repeat of the previous night's encounter, but every time that I was on the verge of sleep, I was interrupted by loud noises from the attic, like heavy objects being dragged across the floor above. The next day I had a visit from my new neighbor. When she asked if she could bring her dog in, I immediately agreed, as I was curious to see how it would react to the unseen. It was a very lively young border collie, which after greeting me at the front door, bounded the length of the hallway towards the bathroom. There it halted, looked up to where the bathroom wall met the ceiling, whimpered, and backed out to the front door. I confided in a friend my irrational experience. She said that ghosts exist where someone has died without fulfilling their purpose or desires, and that it was good that I acknowledged its presence, because that might make it easier for it to leave. I asked the owner of the house if anyone had died there, but she didn't know. That night, as I was heading to the bathroom in my dressing gown, I looked up into the space which had frightened the dog. On an impulse, I said, "You know, it's okay to leave now." Instantly, I felt a sprinkling of energy fall on an invisible contour outside of my physical body, and I found myself on the verge of tears. And from then on, peace returned to the house. I used to work as a musician at the Lake Restaurant in Mexico City. It was a beautiful place, elegant with large glass windows facing the lake, so that you could see the water shimmering while you played. From the entrance to the kitchen, the place stretched in one long line, with tables all along the way. One night, after all the guests had left and the restaurant was finally quiet, only the four of us musicians remained. We were sitting at a table, eating and talking, when something caught my attention. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone walking from the entrance towards us. At first, I thought it was a waiter finishing some last-minute work. We kept talking, not really noticing. But we could all see him moving closer, slowly between the empty tables. The air seemed to get colder, but that was normal, as it was getting really late. Then, right before he reached us, the figure simply vanished, with no sound, no shadow left behind, simply gone. We all froze. Our conversations had completely stopped. I could feel my heart racing, and I knew others felt it too. No one moved for several seconds, just staring at the space where he had been. After that night, we told some of the staff what we had seen. One of the older waiters nodded knowingly and said, "Yeah, people have seen him before. Apparently a waiter had died there years earlier in the staff area downstairs, underneath the restaurant. There are small rooms with bunk beds where the waiters stay when it's too late to go home. They said that if you look at those windows late at night, sometimes you'll be able to see him standing there." And on that night, I swear I felt like he'd followed our eyes all the way from the entrance to the table. I was around 24 when this happened. A friend had invited me over to her house one afternoon. We were just talking when she and another girl started doing this strange game. They had a pair of scissors and were asking questions to something or someone they called Cleo. I remember feeling really uneasy about it. I never really liked that kind of stuff. It always gave me the creeps. So I laugh it off and say, "No thanks, it's not for me." I stayed a bit longer but couldn't shake the discomfort, so left early and went home. That night around midnight though, something strange happened. The lights in my room were off, and while I was laying in bed, I noticed this soft glow on the ceiling. At first I thought it was a reflection from outside, maybe a car or some light coming through the window. But then I realized it wasn't moving like light usually does. It was a bright green color, almost neon, and it seemed to pulse gently as it descended from the ceiling, like a living thing made of light. It didn't scare me at first. It just felt curious, as if it wanted to interact with me. I remember thinking, if this is real, then I'll be able to touch it. So I slowly reached out my hand, and when my fingers brushed it, the light didn't disappear. It entered me. The moment it touched me, I felt an intense wave of energy rush through my whole body. My chest tightened. I got dizzy and my stomach turned. It wasn't exactly pain, but it felt invasive. I panicked and pulled my hand back, but it was too late. The light had faded, and I was left trembling, with a deep sense that something had attached itself to me. The next day I called a friend who worked with angels. She was into spiritual healing and all of that, and when I told her what happened, she said, "Something entered your energy field, go to church, tie a violet ribbon around your wrist and pray to the angels for protection." I also called the mother of another friend, and she told me the same thing, that I should go pray and ask for help. It could be a ghost, a spirit, who knows what, and that I should act immediately. So I did. The following morning I went to church. I remember walking there crying quietly, feeling weak and drained, but also embarrassed to tell anyone what was really going on. My mum asked what was wrong, and I just said, "Nothing," because I didn't want to scare her. After praying and staying there for a while, I started to feel lighter. Whatever that thing was, it seemed to leave me, but it wasn't over. That same night, and for many nights after, something came back. Not the green light, but an invisible presence. I could feel it sit on the edge of my bed. The air around me would get colder. Sometimes I'd feel the mattress dip or hear a soft creak as if someone had just sat down. I'd pull the covers over my head and whisper, "No, please," and eventually it would go away. But it kept happening night after night for years. I never spoke to it, I never wanted to. I just learned to live with it. Until one day a friend taught me how to pray properly, not out of fear, but with intention. That's when I decided I didn't want any contact with the kind of presence anymore, and I started focusing my mind on positive things, on light, on life itself. Since then, I've never seen the green light again. I would like to add that if you've ever experienced something like that, don't ignore it, but also don't feed it fear. Whether it was something spiritual, paranormal, or psychological, what truly helped me was grounding myself, praying, meditating, and spending time with people I love, and keeping my thoughts in a good place. A friend of mine told me a story that happened years ago. She used to go to rodeos with one of her friends, usually out in rural areas near the city. The closest town she remembers was Cortázar in the state of Guanajuato. One night after a rodeo, they went to stay at her friend's grandmother's house. It was an old house, sitting out in the countryside. The grandmother told them they could sleep in one of the bedrooms, so the two girls shared a bed. My friend told me that every time she couldn't fall asleep, it was because something strange was about to show itself. That night, as the silence grew heavier, she saw the bedroom door slowly open and a man walk in. He was wearing a cowboy hat, a blue shirt, and a silver-studded belt, and stood there at the foot of the bed, staring straight at her. She sat up a little and said, "Good morning," thinking maybe it was a relative, but the man didn't answer. She tried to wake her friend, whispering, "Hey, I think your uncle's in the room. Maybe he wants to sleep here, this must be his room." But her friend wouldn't stir. My friend thought maybe the man was drunk. His silence and the look in his eyes felt off. What really unsettled her was the door had been locked from the inside. Then suddenly, the man turned around, opened the door and walked out, closing it behind him. My friend eventually fell asleep, still confused but too tired to think much about it. And the next morning while they were having breakfast, she told her friend what had happened. She said, "Your uncle came into the room last night. He had on a cowboy hat, a blue shirt and a silver-studded belt." Her friend looked at her, then her grandmother, and the old woman frowned and said, "My son didn't come home last night." My friend insisted she had seen him clearly. The grandmother stood up, walked over to a glass cabinet, and took out a framed photo and showed it to her. "Was this the man you saw?" My friend froze. "Yes." He was even wearing the same clothes. The grandmother remained silent for a while and then said, "That's my late husband. The room you slept in last night was ours." I never really shared this before, because every time I think about it, it sends a chill straight down my spine. That night I was home with my siblings. My mum was at the hospital taking care of my grandpa, who had been very sick for weeks. The house was unusually quiet. Around 3 or 4 in the morning, the cordless phone in the living room started ringing. The sound cut through the quiet in a way that made my stomach drop. Half asleep, I got up, grabbed it and took it back to my room. I remember sitting at the edge of my bed, the room dark except for a faint light coming through the window. I answered it and there was a pause. Then a young male voice came through the line, calm but distant, like he was calling from far, far away. "Hi, I'm calling to let you know that your grandpa has just passed away." There was something about the voice that didn't feel right. It sounded familiar in a strange way, soft but echoing, like it wasn't coming through an ordinary line. I was still half asleep, and without thinking much I said, "Thank you," and hung up. I left the phone at the foot of my bed and went back to sleep, though I remember waking up several times afterwards feeling watched. At around 6:30 in the morning, the phone rang again. This time it was her mum. Her voice was shaky. "Honey, your grandpa's passed away." I sat up completely awake. "I know," I said without thinking. "Someone already called me last night." My mum was confused. "Who?" When I told her it was a young man, she got quiet. Then, in a very low voice, she said, "Your uncle used to call the house at that hour when your grandpa was in the hospital years ago." My uncle had died in a car accident almost 10 years ago, before that night. Later, my mum asked at the hospital if anyone had called during the night, but they said it was impossible. No one was authorized to contact family members and no calls had been made from the floor. When I checked the call log, there was a single incoming call from an unknown number at 3:17 a.m., followed by my mum's at 6:32. I can still remember the calm voice, the way it said, "Your grandpa," the echo that didn't sound like static. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized it sounded exactly like my uncle's voice. I don't know if I was supposed to feel comforted or terrified, but if a phone rings now after midnight, it always puts me on edge. I live in one of the hills that surround Mexico City. It's a relatively quiet area, and there are trailheads that lead deep into the forest. I go jogging pretty often. One day at around 11 a.m., a bright, calm morning, the air smelling of pine and damp earth, and the only sound being the wind brushing through the trees and the crunching of the leaves under my shoes. I was halfway up the trail when I noticed two figures ahead of me. A young man in athletic clothes, and a few meters below him, an older man who looked like a farmer. They were connected by a rope. The younger guy was pulling, trying to help the older one climb a steep slope. It looked like hard work, so I called out and asked if they could use assistance. The young man turned towards me, and the moment our eyes met, I felt something off. His expression was blank, empty, like someone lost in a deep trance, and he just said, "No," and went back to pulling the rope. I thought to myself, alright, fine, and decided to stay and watch in case things went south. But in a matter of seconds, the young man vanished. I was stunned, staring at the empty space where he had been. The older man was left alone, still holding the rope. I watched him closely and saw him begin to fold the rope around his elbow and hand, as if carefully coiling it. And then he vanished too. I stood frozen, staring at the hillside. There was nowhere they could have gone. The slope was blocked by thick roots and dry branches on one side, and on the other was just dense forest. I walked around for several minutes, searching for any trace of them. Nothing. No footprints, no broken branches, not even the sound of someone walking away. It was like they'd never been there at all. I even asked sometime later other joggers if they'd seen them, and they said they hadn't. At that moment, the forest went completely silent. It was this heavy, suffocating stillness that made my chest tighten, and I suddenly felt like I wasn't alone. Still, the feeling grew stronger. I left the forest that day with my heart racing, and I haven't gone jogging there alone since. I've talked to a few neighbors about it, and strangely enough, some of them have seen things too. Figures standing on the slopes, sounds of people climbing when there's no one there. I don't know what those two people were, ghosts or echoes of the past or something else entirely. But whenever I walk by that area, I walk extra fast. This happened a few years ago, when I was having breakfast with my teenage daughter at La Hosteria de Santo Domingo, a historic restaurant in downtown Mexico City. We were sitting there talking and eating like any other Saturday morning, when suddenly my daughter burst into tears. At first, I thought I had said something that upset her, and I kept asking, "What's wrong? What did I say? Why are you crying?" She was pale as a sheet. When she finally managed to talk, she whispered, terrified, "Dad, there was a woman. She came out the wall." She described an older woman dressed in clothes from another century, like something from a colonial painting. The woman had simply stepped out of the wall, looked around, turned back, and disappeared into the same spot she'd come from. I was completely stunned. I didn't see anything myself, but seeing how frightened my daughter was, I believed her. I even thought the restaurant should warn people that strange things happened there. It had really scared her. Later, when things calmed down, I asked our waiter if he knew anything about it. To my surprise, he nodded and said, "Yes, people see her sometimes. It happens here quite often." Then the owners came over and confirmed it too, saying that when they rent out the private rooms for parties at night, waiters often witness the same kind of apparition. She told me about a man who sometimes appears behind the bar and just stands there. Others have seen a monk-like figure walking towards the kitchen, only to vanish before reaching the door. And some customers, especially those seated near the back hallway, have reported feeling someone brush past them, even when no one is around. I've thought a lot about that day. The restaurant sits right next to the old Convento de Santo Domingo, across from the Palacio de Medicina, which in colonial times was the place of the Inquisition, an area soaked in centuries of heavy history, executions, trial, and endless suffering. Maybe all that energy never really left. I don't know what my daughter specifically saw that morning, but I'm convinced the place still holds some echoes of the past, and those who never quite managed to move on. Back in 2012, during Hurricane Selene, I evacuated with a friend and his family to an old abandoned church on the outskirts of New Orleans. The place had been temporarily opened as a shelter, but it was mostly filled with residents from a nearby nursing home. My friend, his family, and I were crammed into a single dimly lit room. The church only had one bathroom. By day, it was functional, but when the lights went out at night, the place was something else entirely. The storm raged outside, but inside the church, there was a suffocating silence, no hum of electricity, just an unnatural stillness that none of us were used to. That's when around midnight, my friend and I decided to use the bathroom. We grabbed our flashlights and started down the hall. The corridor stretched endlessly ahead, shadows twisting along the walls with every flicker of our beams. Then partway down the hall we froze. At the far end, bathed in the weak light of our flashlights, sat an old man in a wheelchair. He wasn't moving, but was staring at us. We couldn't see his face clearly. My friend and I exchanged a look. When we shined our lights back at him a moment later, he was gone. Not just him, but the wheelchair too. There was no sound of wheels and no movement, just the empty darkness stretching down the hall. Instead of going to the bathroom, we ran back to our rooms as fast as we could and stayed huddled together, listening to the storm rage outside, wondering if he had actually been there at all. The other day, my family and I went on a little trip to some cabins in the state of Hidalgo, Mexico. While we were there, we decided to drive over to Tequisquiapan since it's pretty close and a nice village. On our way back, the sun was already setting behind the mountain, painting the sky in beautiful orange and pink shades. The road was narrow and 2 lanes, winding through open fields and stretches of dry scrub and cactus. In some areas you could see small cornfields, patches of dry soil here and there, and little reservoirs of water reflecting the sunset. The air smelled like warm dirt, and everything felt calm. Then, just as we went around a bend, I saw a man, something like El Charro Negro, a well-known figure in Mexican folklore. He was standing out there in a field, completely still. The moment I saw him, I felt a chill run through me. It was strange because there was nothing else around, no people, no animals. And when we came out of the curb, I turned to look again and it was gone. I asked everyone in the car if they'd just seen the thing. None of them had. But I swear he was there, standing by the field, wearing what looked to be a traditional charro outfit, dark and shadowy. And just as we cleared the bend of the road, he was gone. Why was I the only one who saw him? I was camping near the Pocono Mountains in Pennsylvania recently. I was sleeping in a hammock, which made me feel exposed and made me susceptible to spirits because I wasn't shielded by shelter. Around 3 a.m., I was woken by 3 loud knocks on the tree next to me. It was wood on wood, very unnatural sounding, and decently loud. I looked up and standing about 6 feet or so from my tent was a shadowy figure, facing me, holding a long stick. For some reason at that moment, I kind of didn't care, or maybe just didn't feel threatened and went back to sleep. But a few days later, my hairs stand on end when I think about it. It was very real, and it seemed like it wanted me to wake for some reason. Has anyone ever had any similar experience? When I was a kid, I lived in a small town where everyone believed in spirits, curses, and things that couldn't be explained. Our house was old but cozy, and had a strange reputation. At first it was little things. My toys would disappear and reappear in strange places. My mum would set her keys on the table, only to find them hours later inside a kitchen drawer. My dad swore he once left his boots by the door, but the next morning they were outside covered in dirt. Our neighbors had their own theories. One of them, an old man who had lived there his whole life, said it was a ghost, maybe someone who had died in the house long ago. But another neighbor, a woman who always wore a red shawl and had a knowing look in her eyes, shook her head. No, it's not a ghost. It's goblins. I laughed at first, thinking she was just trying to scare me. But then she leaned in and said something that made my skin crawl. They like to play tricks, move things around, but if you don't do anything about it, they might make things worse. Worse? What did you mean worse? She gave my mum a strange piece of advice. Leave candies around the house. They like sweets. If you keep them happy, they won't bother you. It sounded ridiculous, but at that point my parents were desperate. That night we placed a small bowl of candies in different corners of the house, by the door near the window, even under my bed. And then everything stopped. No more keys went missing, no more misplaced toys, no more boots mysteriously moving on their own. It was as if whatever had been messing with us had suddenly lost interest. For years I thought it was just coincidence. I was a member of the engineering department aboard a GG Cutter 378 in the early 2000s. We were underway at sea, and I was conducting engineering security rounds, which basically had me going through all major spaces of the boat, looking for the 3 Fs, fire, flooding, or the other one, at around 3 AM. I was forward of the boat near the paint locker, if you're familiar with those kind of ships, and I had just dogged down a hatch and was moving to another section when I heard a very specific sound. Anyone who's been on a ship like that, regardless of whether it's military or not, knows the sound that happens when someone knocks on a thick portal glass. There's no sound quite like it. I had just secured the hatch and was walking away when I heard 3 loud tink-tink-tink on the portal glass behind me. I stopped in my tracks, contemplated turning around to see who or what was knocking, but I simply couldn't do it. I was, well, I guess, afraid. I had just come from that space and had looked in every line locker, paint locker, and fire station in the space. It would have been impossible for a person to hide, so I'm 100% sure there was no living person there. I never turned around, I just kept walking. I never heard it again or had any other experience, but I know without a doubt what I heard. It was legit. More paranormal than normal. There was a rumor that someone had taken their life on that ship decades earlier, but honestly it seems like every ship had that story or some version of it, where in the past someone died aboard. But maybe they're still riding the waves out there. Who really knows? This happened when I was in high school. It was early December, and the first snow of the season had started falling thick and fast, blanketing the world in white. My best friend and I were finishing up our debate class for the state qualifiers the next day. By the time we finally shut our laptops, it was near 3 AM, and the house was silent, except for the soft hum of the heating, and the snow outside made everything feel distant and muffled. We went to my room to crash, exhausted from hours of arguing over every word. Almost as soon as we got in, we heard the faint sound of running water from the other end of the house. I assumed it was my parents, maybe getting a glass of water. Then the front door creaked open. I whispered, "Probably Mum, she just wanted some fresh air." But then the footsteps started, and they were coming from the living room towards my room. My friend and I froze. They didn't sound like my parents' footsteps. There was a weird weight and rhythm that didn't match anyone I knew. The footsteps stopped right outside my door, and the silence that followed was suffocating. And then suddenly they started again, running towards us, faster this time. My bedroom door slammed open, but when we looked, there was nothing there. Just a chill that made the hair on my arm stand on end. We ran into the bathroom, connected to my room, locked the door and huddled together trembling. After what felt like hours, we finally ran to my parents' room crying and shaking. They had slept through the whole thing. My dad grabbed his gun and checked outside. The snow was untouched. There weren't any footprints. But that wasn't the worst part. Over the next few nights, we kept hearing it. Footsteps in the living room, water running in empty sinks, doors opening on their own, always at night and always when we were alone. One night I woke up to see a faint shadow standing in the hallway staring at my room. I couldn't move. The air felt heavy, and then it vanished. To this day, I don't know what it was. I never told anyone except my best friend. I just hope the footsteps never return. This is a story from my father-in-law who grew up in rural Mexico. His family owned a big farm surrounded by open fields, and every day after school he'd ride his bike home, taking a shortcut through the fields instead of following the roads. It saved him a good chunk of time, and his parents liked that he got home earlier to help with chores. There was one problem: the tree in the middle of the field. He said every time he passed the tree he would start to feel strange, like the strength drained out of his body. His legs would get heavy, his chest would tighten, and he'd have this overwhelming sense of fear hit him for no reason. And it wasn't just once either. It happened every time. At first he told himself it was just the heat, or maybe he was just imagining things. But no matter how much he tried to ignore it, that feeling always came back whenever he got near the tree. Eventually he mentioned it to his dad. His dad went quiet for a second, and then told him, "You shouldn't be cutting through those fields anymore. That tree isn't safe." When he asked why, his dad explained that everyone in the area knew about it. Locals said a spirit lived in that tree, something that messed with anyone who came too close, and that if you stopped near it or gave in to fear, it would take you. After that talk, his father gave him a small knife and told him to always keep it with him when he passed through the fields, that the knife would protect you. He said after he started carrying it, the strange heaviness and fear completely stopped. He passed the tree every day and never felt anything again. He kept that knife for years. My husband swears he still has it somewhere just in case, and I still get chills whenever I talk about it. When I was a kid, my grandma used to tell me this story about my grandpa growing up in rural Arkansas. She said that when he was a boy, he and his brothers would sneak out to watch what everyone around town called the ghost lights. Apparently there was a stretch of railroad tracks where strange lights would appear on calm nights. Not headlights, not flashlights, just glowing orbs that looked like lanterns, skipping and bobbing along the tracks as if someone was walking with them. Grandma said Grandpa swore they looked like they were being carried, not floating, not stationary, but moving back and forth along the rails. Sometimes there would be just one, sometimes two or three dancing together before vanishing into the dark. Locals had all sorts of theories. Some said it was swamp gas, though there's not much swamp out there. Others said it was car headlights bouncing off something metallic. But this was back in the late 1930s, where there weren't any roads close enough for that to make sense. The legend behind it was about a brakeman who supposedly died out there during a blizzard, fell between cars, lost his lantern, and was never found until spring. People says he still walked the line looking for the lantern, and that's what those lights were. Grandma told me that one night, when Grandpa was about 12, he saw it up close. He was walking along the tracks with his cousin when they spotted a white light moving towards them. At first they thought it was a train, but there was no sound, no rumble, nothing. Just the light bouncing steadily closer. When it got maybe 50 feet away, it stopped, hovered there for a few seconds, and then slowly lifted off the tracks, drifted out to the field and vanished. She said he ran all the way home, and after that he never went near those tracks again after dark. He told her that on the drive home that night, he saw a faint glow following the car along the tree line, just for a few seconds, like something keeping pace. Every time Grandma told this story, it gave me chills. She'd always end it by saying, "Some ghosts don't want to scare you. They just want you to know they're there." This happened to me when I was somewhere in Asia. I was walking home one night after a late shift at work. It was around midnight, and the streets were empty, just the occasional car passing by. I reached my apartment building and took the elevator up to my floor. The hallway was quiet. I stepped in, pressed my floor, and just as the doors were about to close, a man slipped in behind me. He was wearing a red hoodie with the hood pulled low over his face. He didn't look at me, just muttered, "Sorry," like he knew he'd startled me, and asked me which floor I was going to. Nervously, I told him and he pressed my floor, and the one just below it. The elevator ride was silent except for the hum of the machinery, and then he asked if he could borrow my phone. His voice was quiet and strange, almost hollow. I stepped back and declined, clutching my bag as tightly as I could. We rode in silence for a few moments, then when the elevator stopped at the floor below mine, he stepped off. But before the doors fully closed, he turned towards me, and that's when I noticed his face looked strange, pale, almost grey, and there was a wet streak down one cheek. He stared at me, and the door slid shut. When the elevator reached my floor, I practically ran to my apartment and locked the door. I tried to convince myself it was just a weird person. But a few minutes later I heard footsteps in the hallway outside my door, slow, dragging, and they stopped right there. I called building security and they checked the cameras. I was alone in the elevator. There was no man in a red hoodie. Not only had no one come in with me, but no one had left at the floor below mine. Just me alone. And something that shouldn't have been there. What the hell did I see? A friend of mine once told me he saw what looked like the ghost of an old soldier. He was driving back from his parents' place late one night, near an old battlefield outside of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. He said the figure was standing by the tree line, dressed in a tattered grey uniform with a rifle slung over his shoulder. When my friend slowed down, the figure turned its head towards him, then just vanished. He swore up and down it was a Civil War soldier. I didn't believe him, of course, but what was strange is that a bunch of other people in the area have reported seeing the same kind of thing. Men in old uniforms, walking near the fields or standing silently by the road. The thing that always bothers me about ghost stories like this, if spirits really hang around after violent deaths, then shouldn't battlefields be full of them? Like, why aren't people seeing thousands of ghosts wandering through places like Normandy or Auschwitz? Why just one here and there? And another thing, why are ghosts always wearing clothes? If ghosts are supposed to be some kind of disembodied soul or energy, how come they're still rocking 19th century coats and boots? Are the clothes haunted too? I used to joke about it, until one night I was driving the same road myself. It was foggy, and I saw what looked like a person standing just off the shoulder. I slowed down to make sure it wasn't a deer or someone walking. The figure was tall, still, and for a second I could have sworn the glint of brass buttons on a faded jacket. Then my headlights flickered and it was gone. I don't know what I saw, maybe fog, maybe my imagination, but I haven't taken that road after dark since. So a group of us decided to check out this old abandoned hotel on the edge of town. The place had a bit of a reputation. Apparently some teenagers had done a seance there years earlier and released a bunch of ghosts. It sounds like the usual small town crap rumor, so of course we wanted to check it for ourselves. When we first went in, the only creepy thing was how dark it was. The wallpaper was peeling, it smelled, and every sound echoed. We climbed all the way to the top floor, supposedly the lookout point, and that's when we saw it. A massive pentagram was painted on the floor, surrounded by strange symbols and writing. That was supposed to be the spot where the seance happened, where they opened the door. I remember sitting down on the edge of the broken balcony just looking around, and then suddenly I got this overwhelming urge to jump, like something inside me wanted to. It wasn't a normal thought, it felt pushed into my head. My friend said he felt the same thing. Another guy in our group doubled over and said it felt like someone had punched him in the gut. That's when we realized something bad was happening. We kept exploring, trying to laugh it off, but deep down everyone felt uneasy. Then, as we were walking past one of the rooms, something zipped right past me. Whatever it was had weight to it. A glowing ball of light that shot down the hall and vanished. After that, The building just felt weirder. We left not long after, none of us ever wanting to return. I'm still not sure what ghosts are, but I'll never forget that place in a hurry. This happened when I was studying at a Catholic seminary just outside of San Antonio. We lived simply, a group of us seminarians sharing a long, converted, double-wide trailer that served as our dorm. It was humble and peaceful. The room housed 3 of us. I had the bunk near the door, another guy called Miguel slept above me, and Father Thomas, one of our formation leaders, stayed on a futon by the window, right across from the small bathroom door. It was quiet most nights. We prayed in the liturgy of the hours, studied late, and tried to live as devotedly as possible. But one night everything changed. Father Thomas told us later he had woken up at around 3 a.m. and couldn't get back to sleep, so he sat up and began reading his Bible by the light of a small lamp. The bathroom door was shut, and everything was still. Then without warning, the door began to open. But it didn't open normally. He said it bent at the hinges, almost like something was pushing its way through the other side, warping the frame as it came in. Immediately he felt a heavy, cold presence move into the room, thick enough that he could feel it pressing against his chest. The air went icy, and he said the smell of damp stone filled the room, like an old church basement after rain. He started reading scripture aloud, the Gospel of John if I remember right, his voice calm but firm, and that's when my bunk bed began to shake. I woke up confused, heart pounding, and saw him sitting upright, Bible in hand, reading louder and louder, like he was addressing someone unseen. Miguel stirred above me, whispering, "What's happening?" Then Father Thomas suddenly dropped the Bible, eyes fixed on the space in front of him as if something was rushing towards him. He threw out his arms like he was pushing it away and shouted, "In the name of Christ, be gone!" A moment later there was a loud crash, glass shattering. We turned on the lights. The windows behind him looked fine without a single crack, and the Bible lay open on the floor. The air felt normal again, but Father Thomas was trembling. He said something had come out of the bathroom, not a shape, not a shadow exactly, but a presence that tried to force itself on him. It fled when he invoked Christ's name. From the next day, everyone was on edge. None of us wanted to be alone at night. Then about a week later, I was up late studying in the common room at 2 a.m. I went to the bathroom, and as I came out I saw Father Thomas standing in the hallway, Bible in hand, small wooden crucifix in the other, raised like he was ready to defend himself. When he realized it was me, he laughed it off, embarrassed, but I could tell he hadn't really been sleeping much since that night. In truth, none of us had. After that, nothing else happened. No sound or movements. To this day, we don't know what that thing was. Only that whatever entered our room at night, Father Thomas managed to send it away. This happened to me during college. I was living in a dorm with a reputation for being haunted. The RA loved spreading the rumors, so for the first month, we had a lot of fun scaring ourselves. The 2nd and 5th floors were supposedly to be the worst. Naturally, I lived on the 5th. I was on the international floor. I wasn't international, but my roommate was from Seoul, and our suite mate who shared the bathroom with us was from Beirut. They were both awesome, and that year ended up being one of my favorites. One night I came back to the dorm around midnight, after a long night of chatting online. My roommate had the curtain drawn between our halves of the room, and as soon as she heard me walk in, she said, "Oh, I'm so glad you're back. While I was in the bathroom, the door opened by itself." I love a good mystery, but I also like to be practical. I went to the bathroom to check. The curtain over the window was drawn closed, so I peeked under it. Sure enough, the window was open about an inch. I shrugged. "Probably just a draft," I told her. She let out a huge sigh of relief. All of that took maybe 20 seconds. I turned back towards the bathroom to brush my teeth and take out my contacts, and I froze. The curtain, which had been hanging straight down, was now rolled up on both sides. Not pushed aside like someone wanted to look out, but rolled up like someone had been sitting in the window. I just stared at it for a moment. The window was still cracked open and the air was still, and the whole dorm was silent. No one had passed by. No wind could have done that. Eventually, I turned off the light and walked back to my side of the room. I didn't brush my teeth, I didn't say a word, and I slept in my contacts that night. The next morning, it took me several minutes to unroll the curtain and smooth it flat again. It had been rolled so tightly, it looked like someone had been gripping it for a while. One of my friends told me it was a ghost. I still don't know what to think or believe. A few years back, a friend and I decided to stay in this old hotel in a small, nearly abandoned mining town in northern Arizona. The whole thing clings to the side of the mountain, and the hotel itself was once a hospital back in the early 1900s. These days, the place leans hard into the haunted history. But when we went, they still played it down. My friend Ryan was a total ghost hunting nut, and this was his dream trip. Me? I didn't believe any of it. I went mostly to mess with him, walk around muttering, "Come on, ghost, show yourself," and make jokes about how lame it was. He didn't think it was funny. He kept snapping pictures and whispering, "Dude, you're gonna piss something off." Then the weird stuff started. The first night, I went into the bathroom, and as soon as I opened the door, something black, like a solid shadow or orb, shot out and darted past me. I froze. For a second, I thought I imagined it, until I turned around and saw Ryan. He was pale, eyes wide, whispering, "You saw that too, right?" We started hearing footsteps in the hallway. Running, stopping, then running again. It sounded like the kids were playing, but when we went to complain to the front desk, the lady calmly said, "There's no one else on your floor tonight, sir." That's when I started to feel uneasy. We brushed it off, tried to laugh it away, but that night, when I went to bed, I had the worst sleep of my life. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night, feeling like I was underwater, groggy, and my body not quite responding. I could barely open my eyes, then I realized my phone was vibrating next to me and it was Ryan calling 3 feet away from the bed. I rolled over completely confused and saw him sitting up, shaking, tears in his eyes, and I croaked out, "What's wrong?" He just pointed at me and said, "Your blankets were being pulled off you." He said he'd seen the blankets slowly slide down my body, like someone invisible was tugging at them. He called my name over and over and I didn't move. Then he started yelling, nothing. Finally, he tried calling my phone to wake me up, and when I checked, I had 3 missed calls from him. I'm a light sleeper. I should have woken up the first time. Neither of us slept much after that. Every creak and shadow felt alive. We left the next morning without even checking out, just dropped the key on the counter and walked out. Still don't know what the place was, but something about it didn't want us there. My grandparents used to own this big property in upstate Vermont, a former peaches orchard that had been in the family for generations. The place had everything. A huge farmhouse, an old barn, a couple of sheds, even a small guest house way out back. Every summer before they sold it, my cousins and I would stay there for weeks, running wild through the fields. Some of my best childhood memories are from that place, but also some of the creepiest. The house itself dated back to the early 1800s, and my grandparents filled it with antique furniture, old portraits, and weird knickknacks from estate sales. It had that too quiet feeling. One afternoon when my cousin Lily and I were maybe 8, we decided to explore the 3rd floor. No one ever went up there. It was basically just used for storage, with one old guest room that hadn't been touched in years. We were giggling and daring each other to open closets when Lily suddenly froze halfway up the stairs. I was a few steps behind her when she just went completely still, her eyes wide. Before I could even ask what was going on though, she let out this blood-curdling scream and bolted back down the stairs. Of course I ran after her. When we got to the living room where our parents were, she was hysterical, saying over and over, "There's a boy up there! There's a boy up there, and his mum!" She said they were standing by the guest room door. A little black boy in ragged old farm clothes holding his mother's hand, and the woman was staring straight at Lily. Our parents brushed it off as an overactive imagination, We were always telling ghost stories, so they figured we were just freaking ourselves out. They told us to calm down and play outside. But years later, when we were adults, this topic came up again at a family dinner. My mum and aunt admitted they had been freaked out back then. Apparently, the property used to house Haitian orchard workers in the 1800s. There were even records of a small family that had lived in the attic quarters, the same part of the house Lily and I were exploring that day. Lily swears to this day that she saw them. She says she can still feel their presence if she goes up there. I don't know if I believe in ghosts, but I've never been able to shake the image of that moment, her going pale and silent halfway up the stairs. My Aunt Laura and my cousin Ethan lived alone in a small town in northern Ohio. She had just bought this old farmhouse on the edge of town. When she first moved in, the neighbors casually mentioned that the property sat on what used to be part of an old native burial site. My aunt brushed it off, thought it was just one of those local ghost stories people tell the newcomers to freak them out. How kind. For the first few weeks, everything was fine. But then Ethan, who was about 5 at the time, started talking to someone who wasn't there. At first, she thought it was cute. Just an imaginary friend thing. He even told her the boy's name once, but she can't remember it now. She said sometimes he'd laugh in the middle of his room, like someone had told him a joke. Then the weird stuff started happening. Some nights after Ethan went to bed, his toys would fall off shelves, not topple, but like someone had swept an arm across them. Once my aunt woke up to the sound of coins scattering on the floor, and when she went to check, every single coin from Ethan's piggy bank was spread across the room. But he was fast asleep. She asked him about it the next morning, and he had no idea what she was talking about. He just said, "Maybe my friend was playing with them?" That was pretty much the last straw for her. She didn't tell anyone right away, but she started looking for a new place and moved out a few weeks later. She still recalls how every coin was perfectly spread out on the floor, the house dead silent, except for Ethan's soft breathing. And she doesn't like talking about that house anymore. A few years back, I was living alone in the top-floor apartment of a 2-family house in Lowell, Massachusetts. The weird thing was, every other house on that street was triple-decker. Mine was the only one with just 2 floors. When you got up to the second-floor landing, there were 3 doors, one with my apartment, one to the unit below, and one that looked like it went to a storage room. I never thought much of it. At the time, I was in my mid-20s, and that place was kind of a hangout spot. Friends came and went, parties most weekends, the usual. People would crash on the couch pretty often, and that's when things started getting weird. Every once in a while in the middle of the night, we'd hear someone running back and forth above us, heavy footsteps fast, like someone sprinting from wall to wall. You could even see the drop ceiling tiles shake when it happened. The problem was, there wasn't supposed to be anyone above us. Sometimes we'd hear the back door open and close, or the refrigerator door creak like someone was rummaging through it. Cabinet doors would rattle for no reason, typical haunted house noises, sure, but it happened way too often just to shrug off. Then came the cigarettes. Guests would crash at my place and wake up to find their cigarettes and lighters missing. It wasn't just once or twice, it happened constantly. My downstairs neighbor even started complaining about the same thing. I didn't smoke, so I figured maybe someone was just being a jerk or stealing them for fun. Still, it became a running joke, the cigarette ghost. One day I finally asked my landlord if I could store some boxes in that 3rd storage room by the stairs. He gave me a weird look and said, "That's not storage, that's the stairwell to what used to be the 3rd floor. He went on to explain that decades earlier, a tenant had fallen asleep with a lit cigarette in bed. The apartment caught fire, and the man didn't make it out. The top floor was gutted, so they just sealed it off and built a roof over what used to be the ceiling. Out of curiosity and probably poor judgment, I asked if I could see it. He shrugged and opened the door. Behind it was a narrow staircase completely covered in cobwebs, leading up to what was left of the burnt floor. The walls were blackened, the wood charred and twisted, and the smell of smoke was still there, like the fire had happened yesterday. That's when it hit me. The footsteps, the doors, the cigarettes. I guess he never really left. This happened about 10 years ago. but it still feels fresh in my mind. Some nights I get up around the same time, and the old unease settles in. It was around 3 a.m. when I woke up that night. I felt like something strange had pulled me out of sleep. My room was dimly lit by the streetlight outside, and for a moment I couldn't figure out why I was awake. But then I saw it. At the foot of my bed, a tall, dark figure. It wasn't moving, but it wasn't entirely still either, like a shadow that had learned how to breathe. The shape was humanish. The shoulders were slightly slouched, the head tilted just enough to make me feel like it was looking at me. I remember my heart pounding so loudly I could hear it in my eyes. I tried to blink it away, thinking maybe I was still half asleep. When I rubbed my eyes, the figure was gone. Just gone. I sat there for a while, trying to convince myself it was sleep paralysis or a dream, and eventually I fell back asleep. The next morning started off like any other. I remember making coffee, scrolling through my phone, feeling completely normal, and around noon I got a call from my mum. Her voice was trembling. She told me my dad had been in a car accident on the way to work. He died instantly. I don't remember much of the rest of that day. Everything felt muted, like I was underwater. But that night when I laid down in bed, I remembered the shadow, the way it stood there, like it had been waiting for something. I never saw it again, but the image burnt in my memory. Was it death itself, letting me know that my dad was gone? Or my dad, giving me one final goodbye? This happened to me not too long ago, and honestly, it's not the first time I've seen something like it. I was driving on a freeway that cuts through a semi-rural area. It was nighttime, and there was barely any traffic. When out of nowhere I saw something crossing the road, a shadow, but not an ordinary one. It was pitch black, completely solid looking, shaped like a person. I could clearly make out the outline of what looked like a farmer and a hat, and something slung over his shoulder, walking slowly across the lanes. At first I thought it was an actual person, trying to cross the freeway, which already made no sense. I slowed down a bit, but as I got closer, that figure went straight through the guardrail on the median like it wasn't even there. My stomach dropped. If it had been a real person, they should have appeared right in front of my headlights, but they didn't. The light just vanished when it hit that thing like it was absorbing it. A moment later, I felt this freezing chill go through me, like I had driven through it. No sound or impact, just a deep cold that hits on the inside. When I looked in the rearview mirror, there was nothing. The road behind me was completely empty. And here's the thing. This wasn't the first time I've seen something like that. Almost 20 years ago on a different road, I saw the exact same thing. That time I wasn't alone. When the shadow crossed in front of us, I asked my friend if he saw it too. He just stared ahead, pale as a ghost, and said, "Yeah," in a shaky voice like he couldn't believe it either. I've thought about it a lot over the years and honestly think it might be a ghost. Maybe the spirit of someone who got hit trying to cross the freeway. Probably a farmer. Still trying to make his way home even after death. This happened to me many years ago, about 35, in a city in central Mexico. It was the beginning of November, and back then most of the area around the city was still quite rural. There were fields, all kind of cacti, and I worked near the city center. But to get home I had to climb the hill and then go down. It was the fastest way. This may seem like a bit of a coincidence, but it happened to be Day of the Dead. I walked up into the mountain. I had to pass through a cemetery that still had a few people since it was early. Families were just beginning to clean their graves and leave flowers. I walked through the middle of the cemetery around sunset, about 4:30 or 5. The sun was still shining, the sky was clear, and a cool wind began to blow. To leave the cemetery, I jumped over a part of the stone wall that had collapsed, and just after crossing the wall and taking the dirt path that would lead me home, the wind rattled the trees next to the wall. I was already a little far from the cemetery when I heard it, the sound of children laughing. I turn around, but there's no one there. And then I swear I saw small figures like children or something playing at the tree. I thought it was some kind of illusion, but when I squinted and looked closer, they were definitely children. They were wearing old-fashioned clothes, but their complexion, their skin was pale, almost grey, and a cold terror ran through me. I knew without a doubt at that moment they were not from this world. They kept laughing and suddenly they started climbing down from the tree. To my horror, they began chasing after me. For a stretch of the path, I could see them following me, their laughter ringing out loud, high and cruel, as if they were taking joy in frightening me. I ran as quickly as I could towards my house. I picked up speed, and after a while I stopped hearing them. I kept running until I reached my house, trembling and drenched in a cold sweat. My mum asked me why I looked so pale. I told her something terrible had happened. I recounted everything I had just seen, and she said quietly, "It's Day of the Dead. They probably came out the cemetery to play." At least she believed me. But even as she tried to smile, I could see the fear in her eyes. When I was around 7 or 8, something happened that I still can't explain. It was a Saturday morning, maybe around 8. Everyone else in the house was still asleep, and I remember waking up full of energy. I wandered into the living room and decided to sit in my family's big recliner. It's the sort that makes a deep thunking sound whenever you lean back. I just sat there for a while, maybe 10 or 15 minutes, enjoying the silence. When out of the corner of my eye, I saw something move down the hallway. A tall, shadowy figure, cloaked like someone wearing a long dark robe, gliding right to the bathroom. I froze for a few seconds before curiosity got the better of me. I got up, went over, and slowly pushed open the bathroom door. There was nothing, and no one. But there was something on the wall, a word written in red. I can't remember exactly what it said, but it was short, maybe 5 or 6 letters, something like lovely or fear me. I remember staring at it for a good minute, completely awake, completely sure of what I was reading. I ran back to the living room and sat down in the recliner again, heart pounding. A few minutes later, my parents woke up. I told them everything and my mum went to check. She came back out holding a bottle of shampoo. She said it must have fallen and spilled, and that was probably what I saw. Except here's the thing. When I first went in there, the bottle wasn't on the floor. It wasn't open, and I know what I saw. She told me it was just the shampoo, but the way she said it, I couldn't tell if she was totally sure either. To this day, I can't explain it. I don't know what I saw walking into that bathroom or how that red word got on the wall, but I remember every detail of that morning, and I've never seen anything like it since. When I was around 7, my grandmother passed away in the spring of 2003. I'd lived with her during the first few years of my life in a quiet coastal town in northern Maine. After she suffered 2 strokes, she had to move to a nursing home across the state, closer to one of her younger brothers who could visit her more often. After she moved out, my mum was left to sell the house, which had been in our family since the 1920s. We eventually moved back to Portland, where I was born. About a week after her funeral, something happened that I've never been able to explain. I was asleep in my room when I suddenly felt a sharp poke in my back. Not a gentle tap, but a deliberate push, like someone pressing a finger straight into me. It lasted for several seconds before it stopped. The weird part? My back was against a wall. There was no way anyone could have reached me from that side. The next morning, I told my parents what happened. My mum brushed it off, but my dad's reaction was strange. He froze up while I was telling him. He'd been smoking at the time, and as soon as I finished, he quietly put out his cigarette without saying a word. Then he told me that maybe it was my grandmother trying to get my attention, checking on me one last time. I didn't know what to think. I'd always been a little scared of the dark, and after that night it got worse. My room was on the first floor of a duplex, and for a few years, the upstairs apartment was empty. Some nights I'd swear I could hear slow footsteps pacing around up there, even though no one lived there anymore. 5 years later, my dad got sick. He'd been a heavy smoker for most of his life, and the doctor said it was lung cancer. I was 12 when he died. Just a few weeks before my birthday, for a while, we kept his urn in the house, sitting on a small table in the living room. I don't know if it was just in my head, but after he passed, the fear I'd carried for years completely disappeared. I never thought about the footsteps again, Never felt anyone poke me in the dark. The house felt empty and peaceful. Sometimes I still wonder if my grandmother had really been there that night, and if maybe once my dad was gone, they both, finally, moved on together. This happened when I was around 13, the night before the start of deer season in a tiny mountain town near the Vermont-New York border. It was a kind of family tradition. A few cousins, my 2 uncles and me, would stay overnight at my great-grandfather's old place so that we could get up early and head out before dawn. The house was small and old, 2 cramped stories stuffed with decades of things, dusty glassware, faded pictures, and the little remnants an old man collects over a lifetime. He'd passed years earlier, but one of my uncles still lived there taking care of the property. That night after we finished cleaning rifles and eating chili dogs, everyone started claiming their sleeping spots. I ended up with one of the small bedrooms upstairs. Lucky me, I thought. The room had a big bed, a dresser with a cloudy mirror, and a folding chair in the far corner that looked like no one had sat on it in decades. The chair faced the same direction as the bed, and there was just enough space between the bed and the wall for someone to walk through. At the foot of the bed was the dresser, so close that you'd have to crawl across the bed to squeeze by it. I went to sleep without much thought. Sometime later, I woke up. Everything was still. Moonlight came through the window, bright enough that I could see the floral wallpaper and the outlines of everything in the room. And that's when I saw it. Someone was sitting in the chair. It wasn't just a shadow. I could see the shape of a person, but it was pure black, darker than the rest of the room, just sitting there perfectly still. I froze. I wanted to believe it was my uncle, but he was snoring in the room next door, loud enough that I could hear him through the wall. The figure sat for a few seconds, then without a sound it stood up. It was tall, at least 6 feet and broad-shouldered, way bigger than anyone in my family. It began walking towards the end of the bed. I tried to scream, but nothing came out, just a faint wheeze, and my whole body locked. The thing reached the foot of the bed, turned and slipped between the dresser and the bed. There wasn't enough room for a person to move through, but it did, without even brushing the furniture. The perfume bottles and trinkets on the dresser didn't move or rattle. Then it stood over me. It had a head, shoulders, arms, the shape of a man in a suit, almost blocky but without any features. It leaned forward, and though I couldn't see its arms move, I knew they were crossed. And then it pressed down on my chest 3 times. Each push made the bed creak. Then as suddenly as it started, it was gone. The chair was empty. The room was silent again. It didn't fade or vanish, it was just gone, like something hit play after pausing time. That was the last night I ever slept in that house. I've gone over what happened thousands of times. I've heard every theory, sleep paralysis, dream, imagination, but I wasn't dreaming. I was wide awake. And I know whatever that thing was real. When I was around 15, a couple of my friends and I decided to test our luck at a bridge that was rumored to be haunted. The story went that decades ago a school bus had crashed there, sending a group of kids into the creek below. Some people said you could still hear the children crying late at night, or see small handprints appear on your car if you stopped on the bridge. We got there a little after 2 a.m. The place was dead silent except for the sound of the creek below and the occasional cricket. At first, nothing happened. We sat around joking, flashing our lights, trying the usual ghost bridge stuff. Eventually, one set of friends got bored and decided to leave. They drove off, and suddenly it was just me and my best friend sitting in my car with the headlights pointed at the old wooden bridge. We were about to call it a night when my friend says, "Do you see that?" I follow his gaze down the creek. Something was moving, a small boat, slowly coming towards the bridge. It didn't make sense. The creek was shallow and narrow, more like a drainage channel than something you could actually navigate. But this boat, was gliding smoothly. That's when panic hit. We jumped into the car, but when we tried to start it, nothing. The engine wouldn't even turn on, just a dull click over and over. My friend started cursing under his breath, while I kept trying the key to no success. Then we both pulled out our phones. of course. Not a single bar of service. The boat kept coming closer, slowly and steady until it disappeared under the bridge. We couldn't see who or what was in it. And after felt like forever, I turned the key again and the engine roared to life like nothing had ever been wrong. We tore out of there so fast I nearly drove into a ditch. The weirdest part? The car never had a single issue before or after that night, not once. Who knows what it was? But I'll tell you this much. I'll never tempt the spirits again. When I was about 6 years old, my family went to my cousin's house in a small lakeside town for a barbecue. Everyone was outside cooking, laughing, and playing music. At one point I went inside because I needed to use the bathroom. The house was split level with just a few steps leading down to the lower level. As I passed by the short staircase, I saw a little girl down there. She had shoulder-length dark hair and was wearing a red and white striped dress. She was doing cartwheels, completely silent but smiling. I waved at her, thinking she was one of my cousin's friends, and went to the bathroom. On my way out, I looked down again. The basement was empty, no sign of her. I figured she'd gone outside. So when I went back to the yard, I asked my mum where the little girl in the striped dress went. Her face went pale. She told me there weren't any little girls at the barbecue, only my older cousin who was 12. She just changed the subject like nothing happened. I didn't think much of it until years later when I mentioned it to my aunt. She looked at me dead serious and said a little girl had died in the house not long before they bought it. She drowned in the lake behind the property. I guess that's who I saw that day. A little girl who still wanted to play. When I was a teenager, I was living with my grandmother in a small town in northern Minnesota. One weekend, my cousins came over for a sleepover, and one of their friends tagged along. We stayed up late telling scary stories in the living room, lights low, the old house creaking every few minutes. At one point, my younger cousin Luke said he had a real story, but he was scared we wouldn't believe him. Me and his older brother Ryan told him to just say it. Luke said something had been coming into their house at night, not breaking in, just appearing. He described it as a man-shaped shadow with long hair and no teeth, and a long black coat. It didn't walk, it just drifted. He said it would stand in doorways whispering, sometimes closer than before. We laughed nervously, thinking he was trying to freak us out, but he looked dead serious. The next morning, their mum came over to visit my grandma. Ryan asked her about it, and she said quietly that she had seen something too, standing at the end of her hallway one night watching her. After that, Ryan decided to move back home to help his family. A few nights later, I was alone in my grandma's house, mixing paints in what used to be her dining room. The window beside me was open a few inches. That's when I heard whispering, several voices right outside the window. It was low, urgent, almost like a chant. I called out, "Who's there?" A voice answered, softly but clearly. "It's me. Let me in." It sounded like Ryan, but something about it was off. The voice was echoing, layered, like more than one voice speaking at once, and my stomach dropped. Then it spoke again, this time closer. "Let me in." I didn't move. I got an odd sensation like something was pressing on my chest. Just then, my uncle walked into the room and asked who I was talking to. I told him Ryan was outside and asked him to check. He went around the house, front, sides, back, and came back pale. "There's no one there." The next morning, Ryan's mum came by and I asked her where he'd been last night. She said he'd stayed at a friend's house across town. When I told her what I heard, she went silent. Her hands started shaking and she finally said, "That's how it talks. It pretends to be someone you know." After that, none of us slept in that house again. A few years back, when my brother and I lived with our dad and his girlfriend in an old duplex on the outskirts of Oregon City, the house was divided into two separate homes. We had the ground floor, and another family had rented the top floor. We couldn't access each other's part of the house, The only thing we shared was the same roof. One night, everyone except my dad's girlfriend Claire was out. She stayed home with our dog Toby and went to bed early. The house was quiet. From her bed, Claire could see straight through the 2 living rooms and into the small hallway that led to the kitchen. She said she was lying there half asleep when she heard a chair scrape across the kitchen floor. That harsh, dragging sound of wood on tile. At first, she figured it was just the family upstairs moving something. But then she remembered they were on vacation. Their car hadn't been in the driveway for days. Then came the footsteps. Slowly. They started from the kitchen, moving through the first living room and then the second, and then they stopped. Claire said Toby, who had been sleeping next to the bed, suddenly stood up. His ears were up, his body tense, eyes locked on the hallway like he saw something moving there. She said the air went cold, not just chilly, but cold enough to see her breath. She whispered, "Hello?" but didn't get an answer. The footsteps started again, closer this time, and then stopped right outside the bedroom door. The dog started growling low and deep, the way he only did when he felt threatened. Claire didn't move. She lay there listening, too frightened to turn on the light. Then she noticed something. The chandelier in the living room was swaying gently from side to side like someone had brushed past it. When she told us what happened the next morning, she was pale and serious, not her usual dramatic self. While she was talking, I realized the chandelier she was pointing to was still moving, just barely, even though all the windows were closed and there was no draft. There was no one upstairs that night, and we have no rational way of explaining away what happened to her. A few years ago, my mum and I moved into an old farmhouse just outside of Ashfield, Massachusetts. The place was huge, 6 bedrooms, a creaky barn out back, surrounded by miles of empty fields. Not long after we moved in, my boyfriend at the time was hanging out in my room when he suddenly pointed towards the ceiling above my bed and said, "Look." Right there in the middle of the room was this faint cloud of smoke, just hanging there drifting slowly. We had no idea where it came from, and after a few seconds it sort of faded away. My room was what used to be called the maid's quarters. It had a narrow door that led to a steep back staircase going down to the kitchen, another door to the main hallway, and one to the attic. For months I'd hear loud, deliberate knocks on the back door late at night. For a while, that was all that happened. Then one night everything changed. I'm a really light sleeper, so any small sound wakes me up. I was half asleep when I heard someone whisper my name, softly, but clear enough that it made me sit straight up. I turned on my lamp, but no one was there. The door was still closed. A few nights later I woke up again. This time there was a figure standing beside my bed. It wasn't solid, more like a tall, dark shadow leaning over me. I blinked a few times thinking I was seeing things, but it didn't move. It simply stood there watching. I froze, too terrified to scream. Finally, I turned away and pulled the blanket over my head, and when I looked again a minute later, it was gone. Weeks passed without anything happening, until one night I woke up feeling that same heavy presence again. I opened my eyes, and there was a face right in front of mine, inches away. I gasped and sat up, but the face vanished instantly. I stayed up crying the rest of the night, and shaking so hard I could barely breathe. I moved out a few months later. My mum still lives there, and every time I visit, I swear the air in the house feels colder upstairs, especially in the old maid's room at the top of the back stairs. She says she still hears knocking from time to time, and she's the only one who lives there. My wife and I both travelled from the UK and stayed in an old Airbnb in Canada last week. The first night was fine, nothing out of the ordinary, but when I woke up the next morning I had this overwhelming, almost sickening feeling that something had been in the house. The word that hit me straight away was goblin. I don't know why. I wasn't dreaming about it, nothing like that. It just came into my head with so much force it freaked me out. In my mind I could actually picture it. A small, hunched, long-fingered, big-eyed creature. Kind of like Creature from Harry Potter. Not goofy at all, just unsettling. I could see it wandering through the basement, slipping into closets like it was watching us sleep. I had no evidence for this, but my intuition was screaming. I've had bad dreams in the past, but this was so real. I cannot just put it into words. I wasn't drinking and I wasn't feeling unwell. The feeling was so damn strange, it was literally the first thing I thought of. I told my wife, but she laughed it off. But I couldn't shake it. Days later, I still get chills thinking about it. I've never felt anything like this happen before in my life. Has anyone else had anything similar happen to them? When I was around 15, I saw something that I remember to this day. I was in my mum's bed, since my stepdad wasn't there that day, and we were watching ghost stories and paranormal videos. Then my mum went to the bathroom. I stayed with her phone listening to the stories until something caught my attention by the door. We had left the stairwell light on, so the hallway was a little lit. Then when I looked into the doorframe, I saw my mum, or a terrifying vision of her. She had pale, ashen skin. Her eyes, although I saw only one because I was leaning out, was completely black, but I knew she was looking at me, and her hair was long and dark. At the time, my mum had it short. When I saw it, I called my mum and she answered from the bathroom. I knew that thing wasn't my mum because I heard her peeing in the bathroom. I stopped looking at the door because I was scared to death, and when my mum came back, I asked her if she had seen anything. She said no, and I told her the story. The next day, my mother cleansed the house of bad energy by placing coarse salt where I had seen it. Until then, I couldn't explain what it was. I don't know if the videos my mother and I were watching influenced me in any way, but I know what I saw. I was hitchhiking across New Mexico one summer night, trying to make it to Albuquerque before the weather got worse. The storm hit faster than I expected. Sheets of rain, thunder rolling through the desert, lightning flashing far off in the mesas. There was no traffic, at least. About an hour of walking in the downpour, I finally saw headlights coming towards me and I waved my arm, hoping they'd slowed down. Miraculously, they did. It pulled to the side of the road about 20 feet ahead. At first, I was relieved someone had actually stopped. But when I got closer to the car, something felt wrong. The car was rumming, the lights were on, but there was no one inside. Both doors were closed. I leaned down to look through the window, which was empty. I called out, thinking maybe the driver had stepped out to fix something, but there was just no answer. Then, without warning, the car started rolling forward, slow at first, like someone had put it in neutral. I took a step back, thinking maybe it was sliding on the slope. But then it turned cleanly back on the road. The headlights swung towards me for a second, before it started driving away. By the time I made it to the gas station a few miles later, I was soaked and shaking, and told the clerk what I saw. He said, "You're not the first to see that car. Apparently locals have reported an old sedan that drives itself along that stretch whenever it rains heavy." He laughed it off, said it was probably some kind of prank or mechanical glitch. I wanted to believe that, but every time I drive through that area now, I remember what I saw. When I was a kid, I was always nervous about going into my dad's bathroom. I don't know why. It just always had a weird feeling, like someone was standing right behind you. One afternoon, when my grandpa was using our shared bathroom, I decided to shower in my dad's instead. So I'm in there shampooing my hair, and the shower has those foggy glass doors. I looked down at the glass because I could see the reflection of my feet at the bottom. Only there were 2 pairs of feet. At first I thought it was just a weird double reflection, but to test it, I stomped 1 foot and only 1 pair moved. I did the same thing. My heart started pounding. I froze for a few seconds and then said, "Who's there?" A boy's voice answered, "It's me." "Me who?" He replied in this weirdly playful tone. "It's me, your dad." That's when I completely lost it, because whatever that voice was, it did not sound like my dad. It sounded younger, lighter, almost teasing. I yanked the sliding glass door open, but no one was there. I freaked out, rinsed the shampoo as fast as I could, grabbed my towel, and bolted out the door, but it wouldn't open. It was locked from the inside. I unlocked it, ran out dripping wet, and sprinted to the kitchen, and my dad was there making coffee. "Were you just in the bathroom?" I asked. He looked at me like I was nuts. Why would I go in there? To this day, I still can't quite explain whose voice that was, but every time I visit that house, I can't bring myself to shower in there. This happened a few years ago. My uncle is a home renovation contractor. He can fix literally anything, from sinks to full house remodels. Sometimes he takes me and my sister with him to help him with little stuff like sweeping or carrying tools. One day he had a big job at this huge mansion up in the hills outside of town. You know, the kind of neighborhood where every driveway looks like a movie set. The house itself was massive, empty, except for a few pieces of odd furniture the owners hadn't moved out yet. My uncle was working in the master bedroom, and my sister and I went with him. We shut the door behind us and noticed this huge walk-in closet right next to us, and we went in to check it out. Then we heard footsteps behind us. We didn't hear the bedroom door open, but when we turned, there was this little boy of about 4 standing at the closet entrance. He looked like a black and white picture had come to life. Everything about him was grey and colourless except for a striped green shirt. We figured he was probably the homeowner's nephew or something, and I said, "Hey, what's up?" He didn't reply. He just walked past us towards my dad, quiet as anything. After a minute, we went back to my uncle and asked where the boy went, but he didn't have any idea what we were talking about. Later, when the homeowners arrived, my uncle asked if they had any children. They didn't. It was just her and her husband, who happened to be away on a business trip. When she showed us some old family photos that had been left unpacked, there he was, the same little boy. Turns out it was her cousin who had died when he was 5. My sister and I didn't say a word for the rest of the day. That was the first time I really believed in ghosts. This happened when I was around 6. My family had just moved into this huge old farmhouse outside of a small town in Oregon. My mum was working crazy hours managing a nearby diner, so most nights my older cousin watched me and my little sister. At the time, we were letting a kid from my mum's work stay with us in the basement. He was 16 and had just been kicked out by his parents, and my mum gave him a room for almost nothing. The basement itself was weird. No windows, barely any light, and just a single light bulb hanging over the showers. The stairs were narrow and steep, turning sharply at the bottom, leading to 3 more steps into a long L-shaped room. 2 tiny side rooms were pitch black, with no light switches. You had to use a flashlight to go down there at all. Nothing major happened at first, but I remember one night my cousin and I went down there to grab something, and I swear we both saw something run past the flashlight. Just a dark shape, fast and low to the ground, and we ran straight back upstairs without saying a word. Things got worse a few weeks later. One night, the kid had some friends over, goth kids all dressed in black, lighting candles, and trying to summon demons for fun. My mum, my aunt, and my cousins were upstairs when they heard from the basement these loud, frantic noises, scratches on the walls and knocking all around like something huge was tearing through the house. Then the fireplace in the main living room suddenly ignited. Flames shot up, even though nothing was in it, no wood or anything. My mum later told me she thought she was dreaming, and then a voice spoke. "Tell them to leave." It wasn't coming from a kid. It wasn't coming from anyone. It just was. They ran downstairs and found the kid lying on the basement floor unconscious. Whispering voices came from nowhere, echoes all around the room. My mum grabbed me and my sister, and we ran to my grandparents' house a few streets away. My dad didn't believe any of it at first, but the next week he fell off a ladder while cleaning gutters and broke his arm. And after that, he didn't argue when we packed up and left. Years later, my mum told me that the kid who stayed in the basement claimed he could feel something watching him even when he was alone. and she swears the basement door was wide open the day we left, even though it had been locked. I'll never forget that house. I get chills thinking about those dark stairs, and the way the air just felt heavier. My parents had a dog named Libby. When I was born, the dog basically took charge of me. She would sleep under my crib and was overly protective anytime a new person came to visit. I would lay on her and read books to her, even though the book was upside down and my words were nonsense. Unfortunately, when I was 3, we had to put Libby down due to cancer in her bones that had already spread to the rest of her body. From then on, I would constantly talk to myself and my mum brushed it off as an imaginary friend. Until I was 5. My mum had just come in from dropping my sister off from daycare and asked who I was talking to, and I responded with words that made her pause. I had pointed next to me and said I was talking to Libby. She came and told me I wouldn't need her anymore. My mum didn't believe me and asked what she looked like. I told her exactly, even though I would not have been old enough to have memories before she was gone. That day, my mum cried. To this day, I think Libby is either a spirit guide or a guardian angel type of situation. I've constantly found pure white down feathers, and only once an actual small feather. It was at camp and my counselor would not let me keep it. Even though I picked up every down feather I found, I can't find more than 1 or 2. It didn't stop there though. Around the age of 5, I became unable to sleep since one of the electronic dolls in my closet would not stop talking. I called my mum in and she removed the batteries only to find it still talking. My mum became weirded out and threw the doll away. Another incident, also at the age of 5, I called my mother into the room to tell her that I could not sleep since my Barbies were being too loud. They were not electronic. Since then, mostly in class, I would think I heard someone say my name. On rare occasions, my friends would turn to face me and ask if I called them, and I hadn't. This only progressed until one night when my friend and I were having a sleepover. As we stayed up late, we noticed the door to my room kept opening right in front of our eyes. Since then, I've started to call this spirit Bob. We brushed it off and went to bed, even though my parents were already asleep and my sister was at a friend's house. I slept through the whole night, but my friend woke up 4 or more times to hear her name being called, and she thought it was me. But I was out like a rock. Stuff used to move only minorly, or when I was not in the room, and it eventually stopped for good. That is until recently. Though it only stopped a year ago, I have noticed small habits of Bob returning. Small movements have not bothered me until recently, when there has been a noticeable excessive amount of movement in the corner. Last week at school, I twice heard my name being called while walking to my next classes. I looked over and no one was trying to get my attention. This could have been another person talking to a friend, but I feel it's worth noting. I have 2 possibly supernatural experiences that I'd like to share. I'll start by saying that although I've always been scared by the idea of ghosts, I've never quite believed in them. That being said, I can't simply explain away these 2 experiences. The first experience happened when I was a small child. Truthfully, I can't remember it happening, so this is just going off what my mum has told me. Apparently one night I was getting settled to sleep in my mum's bed with her, being a small child and all, and I suddenly pointed to one pitch-black corner of the room and said, "Mummy, she's beautiful." My mum asked who I was talking about and I replied, "The pretty lady in the light." My mum was a bit creeped out, since there was no one there as far as she could see, but she's adamant that I really did see something. Maybe it was an angel, because it was in the light. I personally have no recollection of this, but I can imagine how creepy it must be to have been in a pitch-black room and have her child claim that she could see a woman in the corner of the room. The second, possibly supernatural experience happened when I was a teenager. I was watching one of my favorite shows on TV when there was a commercial break, so I rushed to the bathroom. As I was washing my hands, I casually looked up into the mirror and locked eyes with a man standing behind me. I'd never seen this man before, but there he was in the reflection right behind me. That scared the hell out of me. But the most startling part were how his eyes stared into mine through the reflection in the mirror. His stare was angry, almost like a glare really. I could tell he wasn't happy, but I couldn't force myself to look away or move at all. It was like my whole body was completely frozen in fear. I thought that if I looked away or if I moved, this man might grab or attack me. After what seemed like forever, I finally managed to bolt from the bathroom to my bedroom and slammed the door behind me. I had of course realized when I turned around to run that there was no one in the bathroom with me. My mum insists that I must have been hallucinating it or even dreaming it in a half-awake state. But I've never had any hallucinations before or after this. I'd never had any drugs or alcohol and was wide awake since I was in the middle of watching my favorite show. Thankfully, I've never seen whoever this was again. No one believes me when I tell them the story, but I'll never forget those angry eyes staring straight into mine. This experience feels different to me than the first, because while the first was a beautiful lady in the light, this was an angry man who made me freeze in fear. I just hope I never have a third experience to share. I want to preface this story by saying that I'm a skeptic, but even this experience is hard to find an explanation for. Perhaps you can. Not long ago, I went to the Shiloh National Battlefield Park for the first time. The sun was shining, the sky was clear, beautifully blue, and it was serene feeling, especially for a location that had seen so much death and suffering over 150 years ago. I can see why Shiloh meant place of peace. As I walked through the park, I took in as much information as I could, talking to park rangers at important sites and reading the wayside signs as often as I could. I was having a wonderful time, until I reached the part of the battlefield called the Hornet's Nest. The Hornet's Nest was the site of the heaviest fighting of the battle, with thousands of men clashing in brutal hand-to-hand combat over a small patch of woods. It was said the air was so thick with bullets that the hum and buzz of the bullets as they whizzed around and bounced off the rocks and trees was likened to that of the buzzing of angry hornets, giving the place its infamous name. Even with a beautiful day, the air seemed to change as I entered this stretch of the trail, and the whole place felt heavy with sadness. As I walked through the forest, I began to notice how quiet the woods had gotten as well. Birds had stopped chirping, bugs had silenced their clicking and humming, and squirrels and chipmunks ceased to frolic about in the underbrush. As I continued down the path, I saw a man dressed in a Union Army uniform walking down the road towards me. I realized this may seem strange at first, but I had seen other people in Civil War uniforms earlier in my walk, so it didn't seem odd. However, this man stopped the moment he saw me. He was in his 20s, had long brown hair and a thin moustache. Unlike the other reenactors I had seen that day, this young man seemed on edge, and noticing this I smiled and waved to him. "Howdy, soldier," I shouted to him. "I'm a friend, a Yankee just like you." At this the man relaxed. He smiled back and gave me a quick salute. Then he vanished into thin air in front of my eyes. I remember I was so dumbfounded that I stood rooted to the spot for almost a minute, blinking and rubbing my eyes. When my senses returned, I ran down the path to see if he had walked around the corner or was simply hidden from my view, but I saw no trace of him. To this day, I have no explanation for what I saw, and the more I think about it, the more sad it makes me. He had to be a ghost, a spectre of a poor boy who might have been killed in the Hornet's Nest and never went home. I wonder if anyone else has had a similar experience while visiting battlefields like Shiloh. If you have, I'd love to hear your stories. A few years ago, my cousin and I decided to rent this old house on the edge of town. It looked normal enough during the day, but something about it always felt off. And almost every single night when I was trying to fall asleep, I'd hear faint music. Not singing, just instrumental, like an old radio playing a tune from decades ago. It was so quiet that I could never tell where it came from, but I could feel it the more I heard it. Then the dreams started. I'd see a crowd of faceless people standing in a fog, and in front of them was a little boy. He never spoke, but I always felt like he was trying to warn me about something. After a few weeks, it wasn't just dreams anymore. I started catching glimpses of him around the house, just a small figure standing in the hallway or near the kitchen door. Sometimes I'd see his reflection on the TV when it was off, like he was standing behind me. Other weird things started happening too. The fridge door would swing open on its own, and the cats would hiss at the empty corners of the room. Every day, almost exactly at 3 p.m, we'd smell cigarette smoke coming from the back room, even though no one smoked and the windows were always closed. We moved out a few months later, but I still dream about that boy sometimes, and the distant music in that house. Me and my big brother were around 8 and 9. There was a birthday at our house. We shared a bedroom, and one day while sitting at the top bunk, we both saw a tall man dressed completely in black, wearing a long black coat and a tall black hat. We screamed and bolted down the ladder and ran crying to where our parents and the rest of the family were gathered for the birthday. It took a while before we could even explain what had happened, and when we finally told them, they didn't believe us. Later that day, we looked towards the glass cabinet next to the TV, and we saw the same tall black hat sitting inside. We told our mum, and she immediately called my dad over. He explained that it was the hat his grandfather had worn at his wedding, which would also explain the black suit. After that, we didn't really talk about it again. Sometimes we laugh about it, but it still unsettles me that we don't know what he was doing there or if it was even him. Then there's the story of my mum's old dog. I was born after she passed away. My mum was heartbroken and bought another dog soon after and called her Senna. I grew up with her, and when I was little, my mum once asked me why I kept standing in the hallway in the middle of the night. I told her I was playing with the dog. She asked which dog, and I said the name was Jamie. Bear in mind, this is the name of my mum's previous dog, the one who'd passed before I was born. She'd never shown me a photo or mentioned the name of the dog before. So how did my young mind know it? Surprised but calm, my mum said, "Okay, I'll get you some treats, go give her one." So I went to the hallway as usual, placed a dog cookie, and in the morning, it was gone. This went on for a few weeks until I eventually stopped. And after that, I never saw the spirit of Jamie again. I've always wondered if, since she died around the time I was born, I was gifted the ability to be able to see her. Then there's my dad's grandma. I'm not even half sure if it was her, but I've always felt it was. We had moved from the Netherlands to Norway, and one night at 2 a.m, I saw the faint shape of a small woman standing near my bed. It startled me, and she disappeared within a few seconds. The next morning I asked my parents how tall their grandmothers were, and my dad said his was small, just like the woman I saw. Maybe it was her paying a visit. I'll never know. One last strange thing happened. The day before a trip back to the Netherlands, we were sitting at the dinner table when the lights started flickering. We laughed it off, thinking it was just bad wiring. The next day, on the ferry to Denmark, the same thing happened. Our table's light flickered for a few seconds, while no one else's did. Then when we finally got to my aunt's house for Christmas, we all sat down to eat, and the lights flickered again. Maybe it was nothing, just a coincidence. Or maybe someone from our family, someone who passed, is still watching over us. I don't know for sure, but I'd love to hear if anyone else has experienced anything like this. I've been in a newly-ish developed apartment for about 6 months now. They were built between 2021 and 2. The property prior was a horse race track that opened in 1950. It closed down in 2020. And I say this because if I'm not encountering a paranormal being, maybe it's a jockey. But I didn't actually find any horse or racing-caused deaths that happened here. So that begs the question. Let me get into the story. 3 nights ago, I was laying on my back and felt chills throughout my body. I'm under 3 blankets up to my neck. It's 71 Fahrenheit in the room and 2 fans are on. I rolled to my side to get warm, and after a few seconds, I felt a pat or slight external jolt on my butt, as if someone took their hand and patted it. I immediately acknowledged that it was odd and chalked it up to a spasm, but then I realized that no, that was in fact external, and I continued to feel whole body chills, but as if I felt a cold breeze on my skin, which was impossible due to the blankets. I then thought back to a few weeks ago when I was jolted awake by my arms sideways or laying on my back in bed. It was an abrupt jolt, but I chalked it up to a body spasm too. I often feel these chills in bed, and I know people will say that it can be a sign that a spirit is near or walking through you. As far as I can remember, I have occasionally heard a very prevalent voice whisper near my ear at night. I always chalk it up to my brain being tired and doing weird things, as it doesn't happen that often, and I've heard this deep whisper voice a few times in the apartment too. As a middle schooler one time, I was in the bathroom at home. This bathroom had a window facing our backyard towards acres of wood. The window was cracked. It was warmish, a fall night. I swear on my life, as I stood and turned around, now facing the window to pull up my pants, I saw a shadow person walk by. I walked out and asked my dad if he was just outside, but he said he wasn't. I told him what had happened, and he went out and checked around the house. I'm now 25, and cannot use the bathroom at night to this day without pulling down the shade. Later that week, I was at the dinner table doing homework around the same-ish time of night, and I swear I saw the same human shadow walk by the dining room window. Then nothing ever again. I know these two are different instances. I know that spirits sometimes attach to people. I know that some people have multiple encounters with different spirits. I know mind games are very real, but I wonder what this was about. Sometimes I only catch a glimpse, a faint blue-white shimmer of what they once were. A shade. They appear in the middle of the night standing over me. It's terrifying. I feel like they know I can see them, like my awareness draws them closer. Most people don't notice them at all, but I do, and they seem fascinated by that. When I was younger, I used to open my eyes in the dark and see them hovering there. My heart would pound, and I'd close my eyes and pray. I'd whisper aloud, "Hey, I don't know who you are, but I mean you no harm. Please let me live here, and I'll respect you in your home." Usually after that, I wouldn't open my eyes again. Sometimes I did, and they'd be gone. These days, I'd just ignore them. If I didn't acknowledge them, they wouldn't bother me. I hated those nights, when 2 or 3 of them would stand over me as I woke. Once it was 3 men, pale, blue-white figures lingering above me. I thought I was dreaming until I blinked, and they were still there. I turned on the TV for light and sound, trying to steady my breathing until I fell asleep, still shaking. That manner was a nightmare. Once I even joked to myself that it would be funny to watch a recording of me arguing with thin air, me talking to a ghost like a lunatic. But there was nothing funny about that place. There was a woman spirit who used to blow out my candles, turn off my lights, even shut off the bathroom sink when I left the room. The manor seemed alive and aware. Whenever I came home day or night, I'd see a small girl or sometimes a woman staring at me from inside the house or the balcony. Even before I opened the front door, I could feel them through the glass. When I climbed the creaking wooden stairs, I never dared look up. Out of the corner of my eye, I'd catch the bare feet of the girl or woman. Just sense her watching. It became a daily thing. Eventually, I stopped even glancing at the manor when I got home. I'd keep my head down, rush inside, and go straight to my room. And once I moved away, it all stopped, and I've never seen anything like it since. We've had a spirit in the house for a while, only messing with the lights every now and then. We usually ask if they can sort the lights, and usually they do. We've named them Ethel, although actual info on the ghost is unknown. Today we got knocks and clear communication back from them. Although we did not know that it was a spirit at first, we thought it was my housemate, but no one else was home at the time, and it was directly underneath where my friend and I were sitting. and we could feel the vibrations and we knocked back. We also have had it messing with us more, especially with the lights and noises in the lower levels of the house. They've also turned the Wi-Fi off. Before heading upstairs this evening while sat in the lounge where the spirit is most active, my evil eye bracelet broke with the hook falling off. When I tried to put it back on again, the hook would not fit the gap of the jump ring without me pulling it open. There's no way it would have come off in the first place. After partially putting it back together, it came apart again. My friend also noticed the bead of her evil eye bracelet was now missing. We're unsure what to do. We don't want to piss off the spirit more. Since I was a little kid, I used to see black shadowy figures standing, humans, faceless bodies just standing, and to this day, if I focus hard enough, I can see them. The thing is, I also feel chills and the sensation of being watched, but I don't really know if I can actually see them. I forgot to mention, I can only see the figures for about 4 seconds until they're gone, but I can feel them. There's one in the corner of my house. I didn't see them since I was a little kid, but a few months ago I saw them again, and always wondered who they were. I know it's a woman in a dress, but I don't really know because after all it's just a shadow I see for a very short amount of time. One time I saw a full-faced, full-bodied ghost at my grandpa's funeral. I was standing next to my dad while my grandpa was being buried. I looked at the crowd across from us and saw between two people my grandpa standing there, but the second I blinked he disappeared, and there was space between the two people. I saw him a second time next to his brother, as they look alike. When his brother approached me, I saw my grandpa standing next to him, and when I blinked, he was gone. Our friend passed away a few months ago, unexpectedly, at 23. Back to June the 13th, I texted my friend who was still alive at the time if he wanted to hop on Discord so we could chill and talk. He texted me the next day, and it would be the last time he'd ever come online. Days pass, and it's June 16th. I get no communication and I don't see him online. I had a horrible gut feeling, even a full-blown panic attack, and thought he's dead despite no leads to it. Well, June 17th comes around, and we text his mum if she knows where he is, and she says she hasn't heard from him since the 13th. Next day comes around, and the mother has to call in firefighters and police so they can break into his apartment for a welfare check, where he laid, supposedly passed away from an accidental overdose or complications due to his diabetes. Now here's the strange thing. Nothing strange happened around this time except for funny coincidences, and we thought nothing of it. But a day before the funeral, we drove to his apartment to look through the window to see if his apartment still contained all his furniture, since none of his family members want to accept his inheritance, since he had quite some debt. We desperately want a piece of his life as a way to remember him. For example, he wrote poems and we wanted to find the book containing the poems and tattoo them. Since then, weird stuff started happening, especially after I started layering tarot cards. On the 14th of July, exactly 1 month after his last message was ever sent, we laid in our bedroom and we heard stomping next door. We heard it straight from the living room as if someone was pacing back and forth. Now this went on from 2 to 3 a.m. None of us dared check it out. Now at the time I stopped laying tarot, and I asked my friend how he was in the afterlife. Yesterday we heard loud footsteps in the living room again. This time it sounded even as if it was coming from the hallway itself, as if someone took 4 steps from the living room to the hallway. It started at 1 a.m. We were confused to what the hell or who the hell it was. A friend of ours next door came over with a Bible, and the moment he stepped into the living room at 2 a.m., the light by the wall began to flickering, but the stomping stopped. I'd like some advice. Do you think this could be him? Years ago, I used to do Civil War reenacting. I fought at all the major battlefields. There were times when we were marching into battle that we would see someone go running by and disappear. This was the 135th Gettysburg reenactment in the mid-1990s. It was on the second day of the reenactment, just after fighting the Battle of Little Round Top, with my wife, who had tragically passed away in '08 to breast cancer. We decided to go to the actual battlefield. Seeing that I'm really into the paranormal, we both went still dressed in period clothing. I had both uniforms north and south, was a proud member of the 20th Marine Company B and 4th Texas, was in my Confederate grey uniform, and she was in a full hoop skirt with the dress and gloves. The battlefield itself is sacred. We visit all the places on the field, Devil's Den, the Triangle Field, picket charges, and of course Little Round Top. It was at Little Round Top that I decided to see if I can get any kind of paranormal reaction. In full Confederate uniform, I walked straight into where the 20th Maine was placed during the battle, which was at the very end of the Union line, said the South should have won, and then started singing Dixie. I started to hear what sounded like steps coming towards me, and smelt the very distinct smell of sulfur. The smell from the gunpowder used in battle. I kept up what I was doing and the smell got really bad, and the feeling of the area seemed to get hostile. My wife thought we needed to leave. That's when I felt something physically come up to me from the back. I thought someone was very pissed off. I turned around to face whoever it was and knew it could well be the spirit of a soldier. It was right up in my face, and I was cold from being near it. I was freezing, and this was Pennsylvania in August, and I was in a full wool uniform. It was at this point I got shoved hard. I've always been strong and I powerlift for sport, so it takes a lot to move me, but this sent me backwards. I got up, stepped back, not knowing if it was still there. I apologized, stepped forward a few more steps and felt nothing. I said I meant no disrespect and thanked them for their sacrifice. Both Polly and myself walked back down the hill to our truck and got in. I felt like we were followed all the way down the hill. When we left the battlefield, we went back to the reenactment camp and settled in. The next day, during the third battle of Picket Charge, after an amazing cannon battle, I went over the wall behind Armistead and got shot fighting over the cannons. After I fell, I got some really good battle pics, and I'd highly recommend visiting Gettysburg. I have always been extremely skeptical of the presence of spirits, ghosts, and really anything to suggest the existence of an afterlife. However, after what I've been experiencing recently, I've begun to believe a bit differently. I'm creeping out and kind of stressed about it. It started mid last week. It was around midnight. I was preparing to go to the gym when my Bluetooth headphones randomly started acting up. They had never previously had any issue prior. They wouldn't connect to my phone, and even when unpaired/removed from my phone completely, would still say Bluetooth connected. After several attempts and wanting to pull my hair out, I tried again, but that time, it made a high-pitched glitch noise for about 20 seconds, and then immediately afterwards produced a sound almost identical to that of a heartbeat. They worked fine after. It was very strange, but I figured it was probably some weird hardware issue. A few days later, my mum and I were sitting down in the kitchen talking. My dog Norman, who's otherwise extremely happy, started acting oddly. He stood frozen in the hallway, head down, ears up, and stared off into the laundry. It was pitch black in there. We called his name a few times, which he always responds to, but nothing. He looked at us once, but then went immediately back to staring at the same point, to a very faintly cry. The next day, during the middle of the day, my mum and I were standing and talking in my room. The lift-off lid to a shoebox that's under my bed gently slid out about halfway from under my bed. The lid was firmly on the shoebox and hadn't been touched for me in several weeks, and nothing under there had been moved. There was no real explanation I could come up with for that. I looked under my bed, but nothing appeared out of the ordinary. Well, last night I was in my bed. It was 2 a.m. I heard what sounded like a small sigh, and then a similar noise to when my dog's nails slid against the carpet, except my dog was in a different room. A little while after, I heard a very faint but close noise, At first I thought it sounded like when someone rolls up a piece of paper into a cylindrical shape, puts it in their mouth and then breathes through it, which creates a kind of vibration. After 20 minutes of it continually happening, I realized it sounded more like someone muttering something under their breath, with an extremely high-pitched tone. I've lived in this house for 5 years and never really experienced anything prior to this series of occurrences. I work as a veterinary nurse, so I'm unfortunately surrounded by death on a day-to-day basis. I thought perhaps originally I had brought home the spirit of an animal, if that's even possible. I'm not trying to be fearful of whatever it is. It hasn't done anything to harm me yet, but it's hard not to be hella freaked out. Hey guys, it's Mort here, and thank you so much for listening. I hope you have enjoyed tonight's 100 ghost stories. I suppose it's 101 if you hadn't heard the first one before. It really has been amazing to be able to share these stories with you for the last 10 years. It sounds insane to say that. Honestly, when I started this channel, I never really thought about how long I'd be doing it for, but the fact that you guys all enjoy it fuels me to keep going, and I'm really happy to be able to share these stories with all of you. So thank you all, truly. If you've been listening to me since day one or since yesterday, thank you for listening. It has made my world. I would like to extend an extra thank you, of course, to my members and patrons, whose name should be on screen right about now. And if you would like to join their ranks for some cool and exclusive perks, feel free to follow the links to find out more. But that's it from me. I'll probably see you on Tuesday or Wednesday for the new season of content for November. Until then, guys, stay awesome. Good night.